All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. I think we are finally getting everything sorted, hopefully. We'll have to see. Hello, hello. Nice to see all of you. Appreciate it. Now, I'm seeing some interesting bets here that I will survive till the end of the season, Floof. That's not happening. That's the reason why why I titled this stream that I end when I get fired. Let's put it like that. Hello, Birdman. Hello, AWR. Denver, Trents, Floof, Armies, Philip. Nice to see you all. Appreciate it. But yeah, for those of you who might not know, maybe I should go through before we get into this what exactly is going to happen. So we're going to take a quick look at the editor. Hey, Beaver KK, don't worry. Hope you have fun, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, we are going to quickly switch over to the editor, and maybe it's better to zoom a little bit more in. But basically what I've done for this save is used the editor to apply the impossible difficulty. And I thought it would be a good idea to go over what these settings actually do to the game, so you can kind of understand why I believe I'll get fired. So, game difficulty impossible. The ultra lightweight parts there, pretty straightforward. The AI now always makes 0 kilogram parts. They get a similar boost to what the player does. A massive research boost is straight up just that the AI gets extra expertise when they do research. So I'll never out-research them. Stats boost plus 2.1%. This one is scary. And what I mean by that is straight up that whenever the AI finishes a project, they get an extra 2.1 expertise boost for that project. And that's going to rack up really, really quick. So every design they make, they're going to be leapfrogging us pretty drastically. They also have their design times reduced by 20%. They start with a factory level 5. And every time they design something, every time they finish their design, they get 2 free parts. They get 2 free parts. So whenever a design is complete, 2 free parts, put it on the car, destroy me is basically what's going to happen. So yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. Also, one more thing before I switch over. Sorry about that. I thought there was one more thing that we might want to take a quick look at, and that is the things in the background. So we're starting at Red Bull. We have the highest tier of performance right now. Sauber has 41 as the lowest, with the highest at 58.5. Let's see how this looks a little bit further into this, I guess you could call it playthrough. Self-inflicted punishment is probably a more accurate term. I'll be perfectly honest. But yeah, let's get into it. So, as have been mentioned here, one of our priorities is probably going to be to replace Perez. But honestly, that isn't really that high of a priority. He's 86 rated. That's not bad. We could, of course, say snatch Alonso as an improvement. But I think the first priority here is just going to be to score as many points as we can in the early races. Because if we don't, we're going to be sad. Also, if we do poach another driver, we are going to have to poach the engineer as well, I believe. So we're going to have a little bit of work to do there. Can't wait for the Alpine to be quicker than Red Bull after one upgrade. Yeah, that's basically what this stream is going to be. Starting as a team in the 70s. I think they had a little bit better lever. But as you can see, we are the best team. Let's see if we can actually make something happen here. Had this kind of difficulty in 22, the game would break halfway through the season. I don't... I do believe that. Let's be honest. I do believe that would be the case. So we're going to do the science as we usually do, but because I need to score as many points as possible early on, we are going to rush every design that we can. We are going to be rushing them, and we're going to be putting engineers on them. And even then, we are going to be slower than the AI. Because the AI has so many insane boost supply right now that I think by they're probably going to be fired before halfway point through the season. And it's gonna be a fun little challenge. I did have a chat with the creator of this editor, and we will be I will be giving some feedback to hopefully try and balance it slightly better in future. Did I rush the chassis? I did not. Okay. That's a problem. That means I need to cancel this. It's going to cost me a little bit of money, but honestly, it's muscle memory at this point, so let's just take that loss. Like so. And lastly, get some side pods. As I mentioned, the only goal that I have here is to score points early and try and survive as long as possible. Because that is literally all I can do. Okay, our designs are complete. We have 7 million left. How much would it actually cost if we say nab Alonso as a replacement? 5 million. Plus 4 million, so it would cost us 9. Now the idea is we could potentially we could actually go ahead and renegotiate Perez's contract first to save a little bit of money. And what we would do is actually renew his contract without a breakout clause. And I believe I just want to test this too because I haven't actually done this yet. And I believe this actually just allows me to kind of cheese him in the sense that we can then let him go for free. Which basically saves us 4 million. Would this be competitive if I had 100 rated drivers and AI had 0 rated drivers? I don't know. But I guess it could be something that we would mess around with later on. Okay, Perez has a new contract. Let's go ahead and get Alonso in here, because as you can see now, we've removed Perez from the equation. Which is hilarious in some ways. That you can just go for an immediate contract renewal and just not pay them the maximum. Can I get you before season begins? Yes, it's going to cost me a little bit more money to ensure that that happens, but it can be done. I would imagine it would be slightly more competitive, yeah, if we, if I gave myself the best drivers. Okay. I think everything's sorted. I think we can speed ahead. I still don't have driver names for some of these drivers, so I don't know what's going on with my game in particular. If we take a look here, the same ones are still lacking. Those names. Alonso has accepted his contract, 5 million. That's an intense pairing. Let's see if that actually works out for us. You have the same issue with the names, Craig? Yeah, I don't know. I tried like every fix. It just doesn't want to do it. Alonso acquired, indeed. I assume Floof was dancing on the tables. Just a shame we couldn't actually watch it live. I don't know if I want to go full race day sponsorships here, honestly. The more money I get up front, the better. Which sounds weird, but honestly it's true. Let's do it like this. We get 40 million up front. That should keep me afloat for the foreseeable future. Modern Sack, how's it going? It's going good here. I'm ready to get pummeled. Gonna get spicy. It's been a while since I've had time to stream. So I'm looking forward to just relaxing for a few hours a day. Having fun with F1 Manager again. Let me know if the microphone's picking up a lot of background noise, because there is a lot of noise happening right now, and I can up the noise gate if needed. Okay, Bahrain, I'm gonna need a 1-2 perfect race here. Because as I mentioned, the 3 first races are gonna be crucial. How's the race difficulty in this? So the race difficulty hasn't actually changed with this editor, Philip. The only thing that changes is how the AI does development. And right now it's very overtuned. Even the extra hard difficulty, it's going to see the AI leapfrog. If you are curious about that, you can take a look at the video that I made a few days ago that says something about the editor. I don't exactly remember it. But basically, even on extra hard, which is the easiest difficulty, the AI will leapfrog you. But you can pick and choose which modifiers you want. So for instance, you can just choose the... let me just show you quick here, because I'm stumbling. So what you could do here is just go into the editor, go to the impossible settings here, and if you only want ultra lightweight parts, which basically means the AI is running 0 kilogram parts, similar to what the player would do, you can toggle everything else off and just have that as your difficulty. So there's a lot of freedom in how you want to deal with it. Hello, Edward. How you doing? I know. I'm the reason you're doing this. Yeah. I kind of had to. I kind of had to when I saw that challenge, I'll be honest. Who would I recommend for Mercedes Season 2 replace Lewis? Science works. Give him a 1-year contract. If not, Antonelli is amazing. Like, Antonelli, if he wins the... Is he an F2? If he wins F2 in your first season, put him in the car. And if not, give Science a 1-season contract and promote Antonelli at the end of the season. Because Science is a very, very good alternative. Alonso, I think, is just going to degrade too much by the end of the second season to really have value, unfortunately, because this is how the game treats him. Stole Antonelli off Mercedes in Season 1, yeah. Colapinto is Floof's option, which honestly isn't surprising. Maybe I need to give him a little bit of a stat boost, or growth boost, perhaps. Now I'm as a reserve. So, I don't believe there's any upgrades to the cars right now. They just haven't had time. So this is going to be a pretty basic first race. It's still going to be hard difficulty. I don't remember where the railing angle is supposed to be. Can you help me? Alonso, 11 to 12. Okay, so we're basically there anyways. I'm clearly missing something here on Verstappen's car. I think this should be decent enough, however. It's not going to be great, but we don't need a perfect setup. We just need a decent one. My first race will be my best, yeah. My idea for this would take ages. What's the idea, Skitty? I go into every qualifying race and just retire the cars, but swimming take ages? I assume you mean simming. Promote Vesti? Baseline asset at 11? Yeah, I assume something like that. To be fair, this should be good enough to just get the job done, which honestly is all I'm really asking for. We're slightly off here. We should be decent here. I think this will be good enough. Like, it won't be a perfect setup, but it will be a setup that is good enough to get the job done. That sounds like I messed up the front wing a little bit there, so I can't be honest. Okay, now the question is, where did Paris actually go to? Oh, you sweep Summer Aston Martin. You see that name down there? It's Van Dorn. That would also kind of be a fun season to play, where you forcefully promote the affiliates to take the seats. See who has the best affiliates to not crash everything.
Delta on. Delta on.
Basically, I'm playing against 9 other players. I'm playing against 9 other players that cheats. To be fair, this should be good enough to get through Q1. But yeah, that's another idea I kind of want to test out. To promote the junior drivers of every team. Pit them up against each other. Hello, Niatuk. This affiliates race scenario? I probably should do some of those race scenarios and just have them installed for when I either mess up a video or just don't have time to make one. By about race 2.2 or 3, I reckon we'll be battling for points. I think so too. I don't think you're far off there, Kyokuri. I think we'll be struggling very, very soon. Which is why it's vital that I maximize the points there as much as possible. Okay. I need no failures, boys. Apparently, I did mess up. No, that's not actually a mess up. It's just Alonso not having the best relation with his race engineer. We might need to kidnap the race engineer as well. The challenge, constructor and driver champs must retire next season. Like the team, I need to replace it with a new team. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Leclerc top of Q1 shouldn't be a surprise. That's what we like to see. Both of them within half a second of each other.
Box at the end of this lap.
I think we're safe. Again, Leclerc should beat me in quali. I think. Particularly this time when we're running old set tires. What is the best sensible very hard mode settings for the editor? Honestly, a very hard mode. We can take a quick look at that while Leclerc finishes up here. A very hard mode. So, like, even extra hardy, the AI will jump you, but if you get rid of the stat boost, the research boost here will be probably enough that they'll keep up, if not be ahead of you most of the time. The lightweight parts here, it sets them to, I believe it's 8 kilograms. But this alone would be extra hard for compared to the base game. If you want to do something else, there's not really much you can do right now because the stat boost is just too powerful at the moment, unfortunately. But going extra hard, removing the stat boost can definitely give you a very interesting game from, you know, second and third season, because it'll seem like the AI is researching properly, and they might even research better than you. It seems to be pretty... I didn't really test the research much, so I can't really say guaranteed, but it seems to be a pretty decent between 8 to 10% research across the board. So it's very powerful, but it's kind of the challenge you might find fun. Right now, again, it is a little bit overtuned. It'll probably get a little bit reduced, toggle down in the future. All right. The Ferrari is beating us handily. We have 3 softs there, so let's go for 2 fresh softs back to back. Danny Rick goes immediately. Okay. GP2 engine. Yeah, I wish they had like the old voice lines, the Alonso sass lines, if you will. That would be amazing to just have GP2 engine. The car is amazing, much slower than before. If you have Alonso win the race, if you have Alonso win a race and then the next race you finish like P8 or something, car is amazing, much slower than before. Oh, yellow flag. Danny Rick, 29.5. That's what we've been kind of setting. A little bit slower here.
Currently P2. Not bad like that, Max.
I did get rid of this one because it was a little bit too big, I feel. So, yeah, that's Leclerc on pole, I do believe. That does look... it's just 700s ahead. That's not a lot. Sainz squeezes in between. Piastri squeezes in between. Now, we still have that little bit of confidence here. But the problem with the confidence right now is that it degrades incredibly quick. So, for Alonso, it actually makes sense to send him out right again. It's a little bit of a gamble. But if he can take advantage of that little bit of extra confidence boost that he'll be getting, that would be huge. For Verstappen, by the time he actually gets around the track, he'll be back on the baseline. So we can kind of delay him a little bit here. We'll send Alonso immediately, try and take advantage of that little smidge of confidence that he'll have. Hopefully no one will come out in the way of him. I say, as forecasts decide to be a little bit annoying. Cleared 2 of them nicely. I think this is when we send out Verstappen. We're gonna... Oh, they actually stepped out of the way. Never mind, he stepped back in the way. He does have a purple sector 1, yellow sector 2, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Is this enough? It is not.
So that's put you...
That's slower than what he did.
We are happy with that time.
That is not great. But Alonso is being a little bit of a nuisance right now to basically everyone else. Gonna hold up Sainz a little bit in that corner. See now if Verstappen can improve. I would add AI generated voice of drive then on Havum. Yeah. 12 cars crashed out in Vegas. That does sound kind of nuts. It's I never sim. I'm now able to get consistently 100% setup satisfaction. That's pretty amazing. Two questions. Does rarely defend make the driver quicker and focus more on lap time? The thing is, in this game, the... Oh, he actually does put it on pole. Ahead of Leclerc by 200s. Alonso down in 5th. Currently. Norris in 3rd. Do we still have any... Nope. That is the final settings. Because the AI is more aggressive when it comes to attacking in corners, Shag, I would keep it on normal, because the battles will actually lose you more time than you save. Unless, say, you have 2 of your drivers doing back and forth. I would keep it on normal instead of rarely defend. ERS battle assist, technically you do lose a little bit of time using it. It's not a lot. And to really gain anything from not using it, you would have to micromanage the ERS quite aggressively, I do believe. But yeah, I prefer to just keep it on. I don't see any big issues with keeping the ERS battle assist on. I feel like the drivers defend a little bit better. They do sometimes do questionable things in terms of recharging when you're trying to catch up to someone. But you can just toggle it off during that period. Okay, I, as mentioned, need to maximize results, and that's exactly what I'm planning on doing here. So this isn't going to be a lot faster than the base strategy. The main thing is that we have more time to attack with at the end of the stints. And 94, 96, I think we can be happy with those setups. But I might need to do a manual setup once we get to the sprint weekends, which is going to be painful. Okay. I think we're ready for the paint train, but yeah, we definitely do need to consider kidnapping a better race engineer for Alonso. The main thing here isn't actually the stat boost I'm after, it's the chance of incident. Get that down to low like Verstappen has here, and I will be very, very happy. We will consider that after the race, I believe. I can't wait until you're out qualified by an LP. Floof, no, mercy.
Here we go with the Bahrain.
Let you'll do the manual setup, Floof, for this sprint. Okay.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Don't really need to put Verstappen on high overtake aggression, and that is an amazing start. Look at that.
Yeah. You know what
Oh.
to do. Okay.
Alonso meet. I'm sorry, but that was just funny. Who's immediately crashed? Who's the first crash of this? Is that Eric? It's teammate on teammate violence, which has become customary. Alonso gets both the Ferraris immediately. That's amazing. It's just too funny to me that Alonso just goes... the race engineer just goes, you know what to do. He just goes, okay, while he overtakes. That's amazing. Have I got a strategy for the ERS and potentially a new engine later this season? Generally, Rebel engines, we are going to need to buy an extra ERS, yes. I don't think we'll survive long enough that I need to consider buying a new engine or ERS. Andrew, basically... I've used the editor to up the difficulty to a level where the AI is going to jump me severely. Yes, put him in the dirt. Go, Alonso. Put Norris in the desert. Yes.
Okay, good stuff. So that has put you P2.
I think it's called F1.setup. Straight up. RB Civil War. VCAP Civil War, yeah. Okay, this was a beautiful, beautiful start. I'll be honest. There is a problem here that Norris might catch up to us, and we'll start at the arrest train. But I'm very happy with how this start has gone. I'll be honest. Made my ERS last until back this season. Yeah, it's also highly dependent, Zach, on which engine manufacturer you have. And the Red Bulls are pretty brittle, the Honda powertrain in the game. Okay, I think I like what I see here, but I think we'll tune you both down to medium on the overtakes. We bolted away. We can chill. Ow. As long as I don't bite my tongue again. Leclerc is gaining, though. He does not have DRS, so... Hopefully they take each other out. The more points they lose, the better for me. But I think at this point we can just speed things up a little bit. They are definitely catching up. That's not what I like to see, but tire usage from Piastri is insane. Leclerc is actually doing the exact same thing we are. I don't know how I feel about that. The AI isn't supposed to be smart. They're learning. Yeah, Mercedes, you can survive a full season without needing to buy any extras, as long as you don't have any more than just, say, one to two medium crashes. If you have a big one, you can even survive, so the Mercedes is one of the more reliable engines. Which motor do I recommend? Financially, Mercedes. Ferrari is probably not a bad shout. I think the Red Bull engine, while quick, is a little bit too weak. I haven't really gotten the engine test done. But last year it was more than just a 10th a lap or so. So a fresh Red Bull engine is going to be 5-6 seconds quicker than a fresh Mercedes engine over the course of a full race. But once that Red Bull engine hits 80%, it's going to start falling off and they're going to become more and more equal. So it's a very limited advantage. You beg for mercy, we forget that it means thanks in French. Wow. Am I going to use team orders? Probably not. I think we're happy with where we are. We're just going to allow this race to kind of run its course. I don't mind Leclerc staying with us because it would cost too much energy to try and dislodge him at the moment. And I think we can beat him on the pit stops. Like, he has more soft tire than we have. That's insane. He's actually doing the exact same thing that I am. And he's the only AI that's doing it. It's the first time I've actually seen this too, and I'm pretty sure. It's so rare. Norris is also taking care of his tires, but let's be fair, he has the highest smoothness basically in the game, so that's not a surprise either. The only way we can get away here is doing a little bit of the top up, and then use energy to create the gap once we have a little bit of time on our hands there. But there is also the risk that we might, you know, crash as we send Leclerc there temporarily to the Shadow Realm. Have we gotten any meme-worthy moments yet? Does Ricciardo and Tsunoda crashing on the first corner count, Nick? Then I think I'm losing more time to my drivers battling. Well, the only reason why they're battling is because they are, at the moment, using DRS on each other. And I'm fine with that, because the benefit is that we're able to, for the most part, keep the confidence very high, which means we basically have 200 rated drivers with very low chance of crashing. When Alonso gets an overtake, he's going to go back to peak. So while it looks like I'm losing time battling here, the overtakes are happening with DRS, and they're giving me enough of a stat boost that it's definitely counteracting any time lost from doing defensive maneuvers. So I think it's fine doing it like this. The only thing I would like to do is get rid of the Ferrari behind, because the Ferrari is also slipstreaming off that DRS, and that's why it's becoming a part of the battle, so to speak. We're leaving everyone else behind. I don't know how Stroll is in 5th, but he is. Norris is down to 3 seconds. We already have a pit stop down to the gang, so to speak. If we can get to Tsunoda by the time we pit, we would be very, very happy. So I think, as of now, things are going pretty well. Everyone else will need to pit also very soon. I don't think I'm going to need team orders, is the thing. The only thing that I've done here is just tune both of them down to medium and neutral. And that gets it done, because the chance of incident is very low. And as long as both of our drivers have very low chance of incidents while they are switching back and forth, I'm pretty confident that we'll be safe. That's Alonso being very, very upset. He almost got overtaken there. We're still recharging it slowly, the energy here. It's going to take 10 laps if I want to do this. But it's not a big problem. I don't know where Stroll came from, but he's down in 6th now. Piastri first pitman. Pitter? Leclerc is still taking care of his tires, so honestly, he is basically just a 3rd man in this DRS train right now, and I don't mind. I would like to pull away, but again, it's going to require probably us going attack on the softs and having energy. That's going to be a little bit difficult. One more question, is underfueling and most versus situational? The thing is, Shaq, I tested it. I think on tracks like Vegas, it's probably not super necessary, but generally it's going to be faster than if you overfuel and push. Like, just from a time gain and loss perspective, it's going to be faster on most tracks to maximum underfuel and just run conserve. And then you get the added benefit of you're not wearing your engine out as much because you're running on a cooler setting. Would be funny watching Alpine and Haas outqualify the Red Bulls. Nah, I'll make sure I get fired before that happens. New strat, get fired before the Haas and Alpine do anything. Okay. This is interesting. Leclerc is slightly further back. I think the next time we boot Leclerc off the track might be the time that we make a move. Okay, Piastri's gone to a medium tire. What's the ham going to medium? I think most guys here went to medium. Stroll's on a soft. Okay. What else do we need here? 23 seconds? Yeah. I think we try and push here a little bit because I don't really need to leave Leclerc behind here. That's not really going to be the play. It's just going to be trying to keep outside of the pit windows of the cars behind. So I think we're going to start running a little bit of attack here. And, oh, 3 wide into turn 1. See if we can have Alonso. I love that I put Alonso on full attack and deploy, and Verstappen's just like, nah, I'd win. Yeah, I removed it. I felt it took up a little bit too much of the screen. So I might bring it back. But for now, for this day, we're just gonna test it without. What are my wishes for the noob game? What's missing in my opinion? Honestly, just more depth. Develop the affiliate system into a proper... Okay, I'm gonna give Alonso a little bit more time to get away from Verstappen. Honestly, we'll do this. Slow it down a little bit. But basically, what I want to see is the affiliate system actually become a talent development system where you can kind of bring in young blood, so to speak, down to, let's say, 15 years old. You can sponsor them a seat in F3, F2. And actually develop a junior driver instead of just, oh, you're now my affiliate, which actually is just a glorified reserve driver. That's what I would love to see. I don't necessarily think we're going to get that extra depth that I want, but I would love to see it added. Same goes for the mentality. It needs a lot of work. Confident mentality systems are both kind of a mess. Durability is actually just a player buff at the moment. So I'd like to see some rework and some changes there. Like, the game looks good. It has a decent base, but the AI is incredibly bad at development, is incredibly bad at research. That needs a fix. Apart from that, I would love multiplayer, but honestly, the reason why I want multiplayer is basically to... This is going to sound silly. I want multiplayer in order to get rid of bad AI, because a actual living person should be more of a challenge than the AI. That's my main reason for wanting it. But it's probably a pipe dream. We don't even know if we're getting 25. It is in the contract, so to speak. Verstappen should have an easy time in now running away. He has DRS, Leclerc does not. We should be able to push and create that gap again now. But yeah, that's what my... Excuse me. That's kind of what I want. It's probably a little bit too much to ask for. Hello, EE. I had 85 rated affiliates that I felt not being poached. To be fair, before they did their contract fix in 1.8, as long as you had an affiliate, the AL was just like mine. Once it actually became valuable to have them poached, the AL was just like, nah, don't want them.
Advertise.
Setup confidence should be changed. Yeah, the setup minigame could definitely be improved a little bit, I think. Yeah, I think we're happy right now. We've left Leclerc a little bit behind. He's actually doing the exact same thing we are. He started pushing when Alonso started pushing. Leclerc snuck into my shed and took a look at my notes. I would love to just have mentality affect, say, single stats interviews, like you say, for instance, but also just have personality traits like, I don't know, basically, you know, late breaker, bends the rules, things like that. It kind of gives bonuses to one stat instead of just like, oh, here's mentality, your boy's happy, he's now 8% better. Across the board. We don't care what his strengths and weaknesses are. We're improving everything equally. I'd just like something to distinguish things, because right now, again, there's no individuality in most things in this game. Like, there's no individuality really in drivers, there's no individuality in teams. So I would like something that kind of changes it up a little bit. Alonso's going to be pitting first because he has less tire. And he's going to be pitting on the next lap, I think. Leclerc's actually pitted. We might need to respond to that if we want to keep the gap. I kind of missed that while chattering about. I think we're still fine staying at one more lap. We shouldn't be able to nab 3 seconds. Hopefully. Because we can still DRS off each other. And with the Verstappen, I can use deploy to gain whatever time we would end up losing, unless he puts them in the shadow realm.
We are pitting. Yeah,
Hello, Marcelo. Or David. I don't think aggression does much, to be fair. In general, aggression seems to generally cause more incidents than anything else.
Far behind Max.
Nah, we're having a pretty smooth sailing here, Nieto.
Keep hanging in there, Max.
Verstappen, don't do that. It's community service, Max. They'll get you. The FIA's looking on. But yeah, we will be pitting. Leclerc is heating up his tires right now, so we're going to be using a little bit of energy here. We might actually end up behind Leclerc here, which wouldn't be terrible, because then I can just recharge and hang out in DRS behind him before we start pushing. He is flying down the main straight, but that is us, so no chance. He is pretty close, though. Like, closer than I'd like. And Verstappen is definitely in danger.
Box, Max.
Okay.
I think I am gonna forcefully slow down here, do some harvesting. Run the tires on standard for a lap or two. Probably aggressive, it's more like it, so he doesn't honestly just keep it on attack. He's actually running away really, really quick right now. Leclerc flying. Leclerc with a little bit of hammer time right there. But yeah, we're kind of behind again, but that's not really a concern. We'll just recharge and then use energy to get away. I prefer to do it like this though, because it allows me to, again, have better times at the end, and that generally leads to better results. He's incredibly quick though. Would love to have legends in game, yeah. What I would love to see is also just having, like, they made the, you know, race scenarios. But give us scenarios of, like, old legendary race seasons, if you will. Like, let us try and relive those. Bit of a harder challenge that goes over more than just one race. I would love to see that. I think that could work. Because there's a lot of, like, potential that they have that they've decided to just not use for whatever reason. Yeah, I can't actually believe that Williams did end up last in around the grid. We'll have to see how we do with Magnussen there. Who do I think will lead the championship right before I'm fired? Honestly, that's hard to say. The AI is still kind of weird with development. But a good bet here is probably McLaren. I think McLaren or Ferrari. I think I'll be a little bit surprised if there's anyone else. I think we can speed things up here a little bit. Damn, did Verstappen just get bullied? He lost over a second, so I would assume he just got a little bit of bully. That would require new models for cars, wouldn't it? It would if you wanted it to be super realistic. But, you know, they do have the cop-out of saying, try and, you know, mirror the 1980 season with, you know, 2024 cars, 2025 cars, for instance. They do have those kind of options if they really, really want to. Did Rick just take out Van Dorn, or was it the other way around? Nope. Van Dorn's first race. Danny Rick getting hit in the ass by Aston. It's starting to become a theme. But yeah, there are cop-outs that they can use to kind of make that somewhat, you know, palatable without it being great. What would be the best stat on a car to upgrade to be quicker? The 3 cornering stats, Galaxy. Hello Jasper, how's it going? It's going good. What is impossible difficulty? Basically, I've usually added it to give the AI a bunch of stat boosts. By the 3rd race, the AI should have overtaken us. Every single one of them. I went over it in the start of the stream, but basically, it's just a bunch of stat boosts for the AI. And we're probably going to figure out exactly how strong the AI is going to be with that very, very soon. Okay, that's actually a brilliant Alonso. Alonso with the carbon copy of what he did to Hamilton at Bahrain. And with that, he should be away. Two seconds in just a few corners is actually kind of insane. I don't want Verstappen here to kind of drag Leclerc with to Alonso.
Just recharge off when you're ready.
So I think we can pull away though here.
Use your tools.
The AI has been slightly buffed. That's the understatement of the century, Floof. So am I going to last as long as Paris should have lasted? What do you mean by that?
Something's not gone right in the pits.
Shouldn't I let Max win for the bonus? I probably should, but then again, I got paid 40 million up front, so I don't think financially we're gonna be struggling, Andrew. I think it's fine. Let's see now if we can break. Nah, we can't. We cannot. The only thing we'll do is actually catch Alonso. That's what I like to see right there. Okay. We are going to deploy. It's still insane how no matter how many times I see that, just woo with the energy. But that should be enough now that we can create a 1 second gap before the DRS zone is what I'm hoping for. I think he just barely stayed in, didn't he? Oh yeah, he barely stayed in. Oh, that's Sauber. Yes. Yes, show. Use your power. I never expected us to be saved by the Sauber. That's actually insane. Go back to aggressive once I make a gap. The reason why we are going full attack on these mediums is because of how the tire situation is in Bahrain. You can actually check that out yourself if you go to reports, compound performance. So, as you can see, a soft tire has about 0.6 advantage to a medium. There's 300 degradation difference, which means that if a car on a soft and a car on a medium start at the same time and run on the same compound, the soft will be building a gap of 20 laps until they become equal. So basically here at Bahrain, I want to be on the compound that gives us the most pace, which is the soft tire. And if I run a normal soft versus a normal medium for 20 laps, the softs will be quicker than the medium for that entire stint. And running a light soft, we kind of slow down the degradation and kind of extend that advantage even further. So basically, I want to be on 2 light softs here for as long as possible, as it's just going to be a lot quicker than running a medium. There's no point in taking care of the medium if I can do that, which is why we're doing this basically. So we can run full attack here, absolutely fine. It's not actually a problem. It's actually better for us to do that. Why did I sack Perez? Isn't that bad in the game? Honestly, I need every advantage. I'm not gonna lie, Jasper. So that's why. Hi Nero, love the videos. Excited for the stream. Is a realistic, reasonably difficult setting possible by testing the impossible one? Honestly, right now, all the difficulty settings are somewhat overtuned. I'm talking with the... Well, I talked with the editor, ignaciourreta, who makes the editor. And he will be toning them down, is what he said. So there will be some balancing coming in the future. I will be testing it. I will be giving my feedback. So hopefully we can create some more interesting difficulties where the AI is slightly better than the player, keeps up with the player, and a proper impossible settings where the AI is way better at the player still. So we'll see. Basically, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the future, but we need to give the man time. Right now, in terms of the difficulty settings, I mentioned this a little bit earlier too. Wait, that's just my zoom. If you want to have something that could be a little bit difficult, is... Why are you lagging? I guess I need to close and restart the editor because it's not like it being open for this long. Basically, what you could do is go extra hard and just toggle off the StatBoost 05 here. If you click on it, it's going to be toggled off. Is my stream dying? But yeah, if you toggle off the StatBoost, that might be enough. Yeah, I can see the stream is dying, so something is happening with the encoding. Give me a second, sorry. think the issue has been fixed. But yeah, I'm probably going to go over it a little bit later on in the video too. I'm also going to make a summary of this one where we'll probably be talking about a little bit about the difficulties you can choose for yourself currently. But this basically just showcases, even though impossible difficulty sounds fun, you probably shouldn't try it. It's more of a challenge to see how long you can survive. I think the stream is back up and running, I hope. OBS is at least telling me that everything has been sorted. I assume it didn't like me keeping the editor up for basically the entire time. So toggle on the show. I should probably take a screenshot instead. If you go to performance on the editor, you can see the R&D chart. Is it back up and running? Is it working again? The preview seems to work, so I hope it works for you guys. The only thing I'm worried about is quality, but I guess it's fine. I hope. I don't have PC, I'm on PS4. Yeah, unfortunately then you can't use the editor, sadly. Remember when the AI only develops and research 2 parts? I remember when they did none of those things. Which is a hilarious bug to have in a pre-release. But yeah, I think the first race at least is going our way. Saudi is probably going to be a little bit harder, I would think.
We can give it a couple of laps.
We're just going to push now until the pit stops. We are fine on energy. We have the gap to Leclerc. He's still on the same strategy that we are. I can't actually believe it. Ferrari's actually pulled out a good one out of the hat. That is actually quite insane that they've done something decent for once. So yeah, I think we are going to be stretching these tires as much as possible and respond to Leclerc if we can. So 2 more laps for Alonso, including this one. 3 more laps potentially for Verstappen. Great Ferrari strategy, TM. To be fair, Ferrari has been getting better, Jasper. And incidentally, around the time when Ferrari got better, Brown went out and said that they have been poaching staff from Ferrari. So, coincidence? I think not. Yeah, we're gonna get Alonso in on this lap. We're kind of struggling a little bit with Alonso's confidence right now, but he does have a lower ceiling right now than Verstappen, so it's kind of explained by that. But it's still a bit of a problem. Do I not worry about my drivers crashing each other? I always have that problem. Honestly, as long as you can keep the confidence high, or, you know, high, very high, peak, you'll be fine, because that in itself lowers the chance of incidents. And of course, if you're afraid of them crashing, just tune down to low here, and it's gonna, you know, lower the risk even further. Generally, most of the issues that I've had with crashes have come in medium or lower confidence, so it's not a zero chance. It can still happen, but it's a very, very safe risk here. And building confidence by having them switching back and forth is actually, you know, a payout that is worth the risk in my eyes. If you keep slandering Ferrari like that, I will see you in court. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to run neutral defense. Previous games, rally defend was generally the best option. But Leclerc is also pitting. Nice. Ferrari definitely stole my book if he's on a soft tire. He is. Ferrari stole my book. But yeah, basically in earlier games, sorry, I'm getting back to it here. I'm being a little bit silly. In earlier games, rally defend was very, very good because the AI was bad at overtaking in corners. Now they're a lot better at that, so neutral kind of does the trick a lot better, I'd argue. Do you need someone to represent you? I'm gonna go to the floof court. But yeah, right now, all we need to do is just manage. Even if we run the tires a little bit undercooled, that's fine. Because the only real thing we need to do from this point to the end is just manage versus Leclerc. And that is not a big problem. Even if he overtakes us, it's not a big issue because we can do what we did early in the race, which is recharge energy, then deploy.
It's a fairly heavy accident.
No safety car, please.
A lot of debris on track.
The Alpine makes its presence known. Okay, that's more Sauber's fault than Alpine. Gasly, that's gonna land you some community service, man.
The team glued to
You don't have the British, I was about to say, you don't have the British passport buff. That's dangerous. Is it worth to let the drivers push at the start of the stint to get tire temperature up? It's not a bad strategy, to be fair. But in our case here, it's more like we already hold an advantage in tire over the Ferrari. So I don't feel a need here to push and warm up your tires and lose extra tire because of that. Basically, we already have an advantage. We just need to maintain that. And while it would save you time, yes, to initially to push and warm up those tires, depending on how high degradation is on the track, it might not be worth it. So on low deg tracks, definitely push, warm up the tires. It also seems like some tracks just undercooled tires just lose you a lot more time. So it's a little bit different from track to track too. Kind of hard to explain really. Is Leclerc actually pushing? He is, isn't he? He's at least running standard. Okay, that's fine. We will run with you, Leclerc. That is okay. Hello, Sauber. That's the second time a Sauber has slowed down Leclerc. A second Sauber has hit the Ferrari. If we go to court, you will see me eating salmon boiled in aquavit. You would die. Honestly, that would be a punishment for you. Wait, is the Alpine working now with the Ferrari? Kind of. Okay, let's stop and push and catch up to them. Leclerc's being very aggressive here, but as mentioned, I think we'll get that back towards the end. 15-16% tire difference, and that tire difference is just going to grow if he keeps on pushing. So I'm not too concerned. we aren't fully within DRS yet, so we're gonna have to use a little bit more energy here. Scally Nero? What? Okay, let's tune you down, put you top up, and I need to make sense of what's being said in chat here. Trade constructors, 3 driver championship. That's pretty good, David.
Gap 0.4.
No, it won't, Jasper. Honestly, I would love to see you eat that. Because it would be absolute hell. You're basically boiling salmon in alcohol. Are there any videos on how to sustain gains differential from once you start reaching level saturation? Went from gaining a pit stop over the rest of the grid down to a second or so in 28:30. I'm a little bit unsure what you mean here, but basically there is a cap to how quick a pit stop can be. It's about 1.8, 1.9 seconds. And you lose about 20%, I believe it is, of your pit stop cruise performance each year. If I remember correctly. There's not really anything you can do about it other than just keep on training. One of the most Norwegian things.
Good job. Currently P2.
Yeah, I would not boil anything in it because you're probably going to end up with your kitchen on fire more so than a boiled salmon. So far though, this first race has been pretty chill, but I probably should speed this up a little bit
And there's been a slow
if I want this stream to not be forever. Both of you to assume I would boil it in my kitchen. Well, you're not touching my kitchen. I'll give you like a what's it called? I'll light a fire in the yard and give you a bucket, a metal bucket thingy you can boil it in, and I'll have the fire department on standby. Why am I not pushing Verstappen and Alonso? Because right now I don't need to. There's 10 laps remaining. If we look at the tires here, we have an almost 20% tire advantage over Leclerc. So basically, Leclerc is going to have to push to just keep up. And in our case, right now, would actually be a really, really good idea to push and create the gap. Leclerc's been held up on the main straight by a backmark here. Deploying and kind of creating that 2-3 second gap now would actually be a good idea. Because we've been given that kind of for free. But previously we didn't need to. Leclerc is slower than us on the tires anyways. Having him try and push to keep up with us while we're running light would actually be preferable. So that's why I wasn't pushing. Could probably also go for fastest lapper at one point, but right now we do need to get the fuel back first. I'm kind of happy with, I was about to say, I'm kind of happy with how little these guys are pushing each other off track as I see Alonso getting some desert. But yeah, 2 seconds now. Leclerc outside of the DRS. He's going to probably start suffering a little bit. Another yellow flag. Hulkenberg. But yeah. I'm impressed with, but this just kind of shows you, because this is kind of the funny thing with the strategies the AI will sometimes pick. It's just a fresh career, Kevin. First year, but I've added some difficulty settings that's going to make the AI very powerful from basically second or third race out. But yeah, I want to show you something interesting here with the tire history. So as you can see here, Leclerc is basically doing the exact same thing we are. And he's really the only AI that is doing it. The others are burning their softs. If we compare Sainz, he has been stretching that soft pretty good, but he definitely stayed on the medium. 20 laps, similar to what we did. I think his problem is that he started on the mediums more so than anything else. How is his softs actually looking right now? 54% same as Leclerc, so yeah, he's just been stuck in traffic then. I'm surprised that Leclerc is basically 40 seconds quicker than his teammate. I guess we've helped him a little bit. My question was, how do you get Alonso? As long as you pay the $5 million to buy him out, you can sign him day one. What if I never get fired? Trust me, Max, I will get fired. It won't be too long until the Red Bulls are finishing 19th and 20th. Ooh, that was rude. I think this is a good opportunity to start trying for fastest laps. And I'm gonna try with Alonso first with the DRS down the main straight. Let us see if my man Alonso can put a fastest lap in here. Do I think the AI need to be better at strategies? I think the AI needs to be better at basically everything. Difficulty settings exist for a reason. You can have very stupid AI at easy, but let's face it, the AI isn't even remotely smart on hard, so the AI definitely needs to be a little bit better. Yeah, I do think so. I believe this is indeed going to be a fastest lap. He's left 2.5 seconds on Verstappen. .130.5 seconds. I do think that I'm going to allow Verstappen to catch up though, and I'll just have them DRS fight till the end. But honestly, I'm fine with letting them run like this. It's 1-2. No chance of crashing. 4 laps remaining. Let's get through the first race in one piece. I won't get the max payout, I think. But that is absolutely okay. I can live with this result. Hello, it seems today. Both are good ideas. What are you two planning now? Are you planning to murder a spider with Akavit? What is this side quest that's going on in chat right now? At this pace, Verstappen might actually catch Alonso, and this kind of just also proves just how important it is to taking care of your tires in Bahrain. Because Alonso had 3 seconds, but 7%, you know, worse tires. And he's getting caught.
Watch for debris.
It's Russell and Hamilton. Mercedes Civil War, let's go. The fact that he survived that is actually insane.
And for the crew watching on in the garage,
I think it is within DRS too here now. Give Verstappen one more lap and he would have had it. Allow him to use as much tire as Alonso and he would have had it too. So yeah. The hammer us. No penalties. But even that, this kind of works as a little bit of a, you know, proof that you do need to take care of your tires. And Bahrain particularly, and other tracks where the softs have a huge advantage, it's kind of silly.
That was an amazing result also for the whole team, guys.
Okay, mate, so into the pit lane.
What was my thoughts on Sao Paulo? It was amazing. Straight up amazing. So much action.
There you go. P2.
Yeah, I could do more laps. It was enjoyable, so thank you. Thank you guys.
Is it only me that, apart from Antonelli and Lindblad, I can't find any highly rated prospect on Unreal team, even AI generated? Unless you just get them AI generated at the start, the talents in this game are pretty bad. So I do feel I need to give you a proper talent system. It would be nice. Stroll points. Sonoda points. Rick 18th. Rick supporters in shambles. Do I ever tend to favor one driver over the other? Basically, if I need one driver to score maximum points in order to take championship advantage, yes, I will do that. But generally, there just isn't a real point. So if there's no point in favoring another driver, I just will not care. Honestly. Although, to be fair, some people have favorites, that's fine. You can play your favorites in the game. No problem doing that. But unless there's a point to it, I don't see the need. And honestly, it's fair that he does have first as his race target. I'm going to start picking third. Although that's probably going to solve itself really, really soon. Probably by Jeddah. Because as you can see, we're getting our first design tomorrow. And that kind of tells me that the AI is also probably getting their first design tomorrow. Okay, we are rested up. First race went as expected, to be fair, with Red Bull. Question now is, can we keep this going? Mentality is an all-time high. We should have basically perfect drivers now from this point forwards. Now I feel bad for what we're about to do to Max. What are we planning? Batman's a good one, yeah. Got a 60 rated AI drivers up to 90. Yeah, it's not impossible. Which track will I aim to get the penalty for my new ERS? Probably around Brazil, if we live that long. Okay, I am gonna start on the new front wing immediately. Yeah, this is kind of what I was... Do you see something I see? Something scary? 13th, 9th, 9th. We're already a midfield car when it comes to cornering. That didn't take long. Okay. As I said, I'm not gonna live long, so I just need to rush these parts, get them out immediately. And even that might be too little, because there's still 3 days until we go to Jeddah. 13th, 9th, and 9th. May Senna have mercy on my soul, I guess. And also, we should probably manufacture these. I'm tempted to emergency manufacture these just to keep ourselves somewhat competitive. Because let's face it, we're not making it till the end of this year. I need to score points. We have the financials. Let's go for it. Also, I'm just going to check this. How are operational facilities? We should upgrade these. Get a little bit extra mentality oomph in there. Like so. But yeah, you probably kind of get what I was saying here, with the AI is going to catch up and overtake us quickly. Let's see if we still have the same stats going into Jeddah. 5th, 9th, and 3rd. So we still have a very good chance here of scoring points. But let's take a look at the teams that can be kind of our rivals, so to speak. Austria's a good place for overtakes. Yeah, it's just the DRS zones are kind of painful there. Let's see here what you guys have to say about the mess. The bullshittery has begun. Wouldn't it be cool if you could choose from track to track with downforce levels you want? Would be interesting, but I think basically the game lets you do that, but with different designs, which would be fun if you could, say, make 2 designs at the same time with different configuration for a small performance loss, basically. You'll be finishing last by Brazil. No, I'm not getting points in Austria. I might be finishing last by Australia. What have I done to the AI? I made them get a lot of expertise whenever they do something. By the way, quick question. Don't you know if you answered it in a video previously? What percentage of conditions should you be changing engine gearbox ERS? Basically, the way that it works is that... Let's see if I can find my powertrain here. Basically, the second they hit yellow, they get a much higher chance of getting problems, so to speak. I don't think there's necessarily anything bad about running them down until they reach orange. When they reach orange, it's basically that, you know, you cross your fingers and survive that far. You have a very high chance of getting errors when they're on yellow. So it depends on your financial situation. If you're safe, running yellow or even orange equipment is fine. If you need a little bit extra performance, you might want to get a new engine. Engine is going to be big for it. You also don't want to run any ERS that has... ERS or gearbox too, I find running basically orange. But you definitely don't want anything that has a mechanical failure on it, because that's going to slow you down massively. Even if this one is, say, over 50% with a yellow failure, I'd probably still use just a yellow 40% gearbox instead. So, depends a lot on what your situation is. Generally, it's going to be fine, but if you need a little bit extra competitiveness, yeah, buying extra engine airbox ERS can definitely help you score a few extra points. I see you're still discussing the spider, the accurate, and everything, Jasper. I'm just trying to ignore it because I don't want to get involved. It's scary. But yeah, already here in Jeddah, some cars are starting to become more competitive. The Ferrari has a speed in low speed and high speed cornering by almost 0.50. They're basically the same in the high speed corners. They have 70% tire preservation. They're down to 6 kilograms. That's also the thing here now. The AI, because it's a fresh save, they start with 20 kilogram parts. They will strip that down to 0 as soon as they make new designs. How about McLaren? They have us handily beat across the board. Mercedes, they have us beat in medium. Alpines, still far behind for the time being. The Haas, far behind for the time being. Their sister team has a speed and acceleration of all things. Kick was safe. The Aston has us in the mediums. So it took one race weekend for two teams to arguably be better cars than us right now. Yep, this is gonna be a spicy meatball. And you kind of see it here now. We're expected 5th and 6th.
We're here at Jeddah, where the tension is boiling as we head into the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We're on the
You can run, but Alpine are eternally closing. Yeah.
Skyscrapers. This might be a...
The bullshittery has begun. Don't worry, the bullshittery is going to reach the peak very, very soon. Okay. I forgot to kidnap a new race engineer for Alonso. I was so put off by them immediately Becoming good. How do you mess the setups up so bad, AI? Why must you always disappoint me? Guess this is good enough. Honestly, that's gonna be that should be the title of this video, or video stream, just good enough. Acceptable, acceptable. Alpine gonna get you. No. Please, I'll have nightmares happen. Andrew, sorry. Both of you are giving me Alpine PTSD. I wouldn't want that on my worst enemy. Watch Has take the title. Good enough for last place. Forget the pre-acquit days. Honestly, if it was possible, I would love to just simulate the rest of the season if I get fired. Like, save the race before, something like that. Okay. Let's see what you do, boys. Imagine being Alonso struggling to get championship. Then you get a Red Bull promotion. It's your chance. And then the Alpine comes up from behind with an RKO. Okay, is this good enough for us to... I assume it would be.
Okay.
Do you know what would be absolutely horrifying if Stroll ends up taking the championship with these settings? If Stroll just somehow Thanos it. Alpine will soon be saying bonjour. No, I don't want. I don't want that. Oh. Is this your third incident in 2 races? Danny?
I crashed.
I noticed. That is unfortunate. Yo, and what year is carrying you out? The second race of the first season. We just buffed the AI a little bit too much. Okay, who's gonna get out here? Is Sergeant gonna get out? The thing is, when you get a red flag in quali, it messes up the rubber and the track, and you get very, very bad times. Sergeant out. Alpine's out too. Bottas gets it in 13th. But where's Russell? There he is. Imagine being Tsunoda right now. Okay. This is Jeddah. This is another 1-2 that we need to secure. Oh, we squeeze Sainz in between. That's gonna not go over well, I think. I can't allow it. I have to delete the save file. What if Stroll does well? Before I get fired, Alter says that ball confidence is high. Problem solved. Guess we could do that and just simulate through the races to see who wins. Please, someone out there replace the cutscenes with rap battle reactions. That can be what Nero does when he reaches 100k. Drink it on stream. No, thank you. I am not a fan of that drink, but I'll take a shot of it and then probably promptly puke afterwards. I feel like we might need a second run here to ensure we get into Q3.
Eyes on dash.
Yeah.
I don't remember what our Q1 times were, but I feel like this isn't good enough. And Hamilton being basically up with us kind of confirms that, which is a dig at Mercedes, not at Hamilton.
Copy.
Might need to use fresh tyres there, but we'll try one more run first. But we do also only need to beat 4 cars. So maybe we are safe. Maybe I'm just stressing over nothing. Alonso in 3 races will reach sassy Alonso levels. I think we're very soon to reach, yeah, the sassy Alonso levels, as you say. Should be coming up very, very soon. Just checking that everything is working, because I am still losing a couple of frames, so yell out in chat if the stream starts being silly. I think it's my internet, though. It's not the best weather where I live. You're not safe. No one is safe, yeah. Have I been streaming for an hour and a half already? I don't know. But I did put aside like 6 hours in case this took longer than I expected. Worst case scenario, I just sim until I get fired. Cut the flu from internet? No, I don't want that curse on anyone. Alonso did improve. I think he would be safe here now. The thing is, because of the editor, I don't know what I can expect from the AI cars, and that's a problem. Like, I don't know what is a good or bad lap time for a Williams right now. I don't know what is a good or bad lap time from Tsunoda, from Bottas, from Hulk. Okay. Ooh. We're safe. Norris with half a second on us. 6 hours is optimistic? Maybe. We'll see. I think once we start falling further and further back, it's going to become more and more painful. I don't know why I'm for... Like, my mental wants me to pick this tire rather than the other one. Alpine managed by Negan. What? Verstappen was to show rivalry of the ages. We will be there. Okay, I need you guys to set the fastest lap first. Verstappen, then you, Alonso, please. So you both can get a mentality boost, and I can just send you out immediately after, and we put you 1-2. Please. Okay, 1 part complete. Part 2 failed by 300s. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try out this quali. And I'm gonna take manual control, because they actually return a lot quicker if they run under manual control, which is hilarious. But it is true. Like so. Okay, who's on an in lap, who's on an out lap, who's on a fast lap? this is fine. Because they'll be on a fast lap and then an in lap. I can't do manual control. You know what? We are taking manual control here. Because I want to try and get that little tiny extra boost that the mentality gives us. To standard I need around here? I don't actually remember.
Okay.
Probably need aggressive to get temp into these tires, to be fair. Okay. Let's see if we get any improvements here from our two boys. Clean track. I believe they have a little bit of confidence remaining. None for Alonso, a slight amount for Verstappen. I did not push you on full attack because I am a silly goose who only cared about the... I messed up. I messed up bad. Okay. I messed up real bad. I was too stressed about other things here. Conserve, harvest. Conserve, harvest, call them in. We have time for one more run. That's a silly mistake by me. But we can recover. And to be fair, the first run wasn't too shabby. Okay. Let's see here.
Okay.
Something that I still don't quite get is that even with new tires and being the last one out, my Q3, my drive doesn't improve. It's kind of weird, but basically there's also some randomness in the lap times. So it's just bad luck, and the fact that confidence now is reset, so they basically start at the same setting each time, if you will. Hey Nero, something something Alpine, something something number one, something Hi, what exactly are the boosts to the AI? Well, they develop really quick. They get a expertise boost whenever they develop something. They will set the weight of the car pass, their durability to 0 kilograms. And generally, they should leapfrog me within the first 5 races or so. Not really much, David. Just me messing up quali. Underfuel the cars, cause a red flag. Any chance of delaying the inevitable by playing dirty? In theory, yes. In reality, probably not. I'm gonna be perfectly honest here. Okay, let's see if we can improve on this fast lap. I see a green. So probably not. Sainz and Leclerc on pole. That's what we expect. To be fair, we are the third best car around here. So if we beat Norris and Piastri, I'm going to be happy. But it doesn't seem likely. Alonso did, in fact, not improve. Neither does Verstappen. I think Piastri's on a slow lap. Yeah. 4th and 5th, that's acceptable. Why didn't I check their splits before boarding? Because I am running on aggressive, not attack, so they basically lost a lot of time in one sector anyways. And as said, they were yellow on their first sector. But yeah, we could do dirty things like causing red flags on the final run. It is doable. It's just extremely gamey. Question now is, what do we do in the race itself? I'm tempted to do this, but we will lose time to the other cars around. And honestly, this is probably going to be faster because we can gain time by running attack towards the end. Generally, 2 stoppers around here is a terrible idea. Sorry, yeah, 2 stoppers. Because traffic. But I have no way of gauging what the traffic is going to be like because everyone is running different cars than what I'm used to. We're about to do a 2025 crash gate. More like a 24 crash gate with this one. I think we put them on different strategies here. I am tempted to go full send with Alonso in the sense that we do the sense that we might do this with 2 softs. The only issue would be, can we, like, we'd pit at the same time, but is the traffic going to be bad enough that it's going to be a problem? Or we go for this. It is a full send strategy. It's about 10 seconds quicker than what we expect. I think we go for the fun one here, although it does carry some risk. I think it's kind of needed now to beat the cars ahead. And we can still manage the final soft stint if we need to, running it aggressive. I think this is going to be the play. How are we feeling about this one? It's just Jeddah, but the AI is supercharged, so development-wise, both McLaren and Ferrari has overtaken us after just the first race. Two stops are a bad idea, Nieto, but they're fun. That's the thing. They carry risk, and that risk makes it more fun. And I think in this case we might have to take that risk. And the thing here is that if we see that this is absolutely not going to work, I can do this. I can turn that medium into just a standard one. It's going to suck, don't get me wrong. But if I feel like this has no chance of working, we do have a solution. We do have a backup plan. So let's do it. Let's go full send. I always want to do this in Jeddah. I want to do this in Vegas, but then traffic just says no. I have no idea what the traffic's going to be like, so I kind of have a really, really bad excuse to try it. How we have a way to secure our communications? What? You guys making a code in my chat? Is that what's happening?
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race.
Most other teams have high tire preservation. Yeah, that's the problem too. You're not wrong, Andrew. Are you trying to get me to ignore what you're saying by saying Akavit before? It's a cheeky strategy, but... But yeah, as Andrew was saying, yeah, the other cars do have high tire preservation. I can't really play my tire games with light because they'll just have so much better tire preservation than we. We have to wait until we get our suspension. That is an amazing start from Verstappen, though, on a hard tire. I will give him that. I need to get a button that just plays the Super Max song whenever he does shit like this. Because that was a very, very good start, but Leclerc's already a second up the road on a soft tire. That's actually quite a lot of cars on a soft tire. Albon is copying me. But yeah, we're gonna just try and stay with the Ferraris here, honestly, on the hard tire. We will overtake them if given the opportunity. But I think we'll have a hard time winning here if Leclerc's already got 2 seconds within the first lap. Oh. Oh lord, this is gonna be bad by the end. Exactly, Andrew. Verstappen does clutch again, Philip. You're not wrong. We can recover this. I don't think so, Floof. You're giving away the play. He may become Nero touring. Thanks for the laughter, boys. I appreciate it. We have a decent start here. But Leclerc has an insane start here. If he can keep this up, he's definitely going to be able to get a pit gap on us. No joke. I think the only car we probably will not have any chance of beating here might just be Leclerc. Interestingly enough. I think we'll be able to keep the other Ferrari of Sainz at bay. Norris can be kept at bay. Russell's going to be a little bit helpful with that. But yeah, it's so far just one big train. That too is going to get interesting. Got too focused on the stream, forgot to send my drivers out. Soon GP2 engine. Now we already have the GP2 engine. But there's probably going to be a red flag here, so 2-stop is also bad for that reason. But let's cross our fingers and hope that it's not just after we pit that happens. Courtesy of Danny Rick, most likely. I don't think you missed much, bad one. Basically, already at Jeddah, with the settings that we're using, the Ferraris and the McLaren are faster than us, although the drivers aren't able to take advantage just yet. Just Leclerc that's flying away up front. Oh! Red flag! Red flag! It's the Haas. Now Hulkenberg's gonna have some community service.
While all that was happening, the crew in the garage...
Now I've used up my hards? Not really. Like, there's nothing that forced me to go off the hards. They've used 10%. Like, it's perfectly fine to keep them on. And that's exactly what we're gonna do here. We're gonna stick with the same strategy. It's still very early in the race.
Our race here resumes as we get back underway.
Okay, Alonso, this time it's your turn to
Lights out, and away we
get
go.
the chair. Verstappen got the better start there. If Verstappen was second when the red flag happens, he would have overtaken him. Leclerc, I think, went to a new medium. He did. Yellow flag. Yellow flag.
Yeah.
What?
You okay?
Right,
What have you done, Alonso?
corner. Oh, and a fairly substantial crash there. Now their confidence will have taken a
You say fairly substantial, but man picked up no damage. I think you are lying to me. That confidence is concerning, though. It's just above the dangerous levels.
Overtake is available.
But yeah, we're the only ones that stuck to the tires that we have, but we kind of do need to use up the odds around it anyway, so I'd argue it's fine. But I did not have on my bingo card that Alonso would eat the wall on the restart. Is the game playable now? Yeah, it's a lot better. Still lacking in some places, but it's definitely a lot better than it used to be. Well, I get fired before you finish your dinner. Depends on how slow you eat and how long I take to play the races, honestly. Honestly, Andrew, I think this kind of plays into our benefit here, because currently a lot of the back runners are on a softer tire, which means that from Norris to Rick, they're going to be pitting around the time we pit anyways. So they're going to be out of the picture. And most likely we're going to have a lot of fresh air to get on a better tire, catch up the back of the grid, put on a better tire again, and then hopefully get some overtaking done. So I think this actually plays out as an advantage for us overall, which probably sounds a little bit weird, but I have hope. And I think we can push that hope into something beautiful. I do also want to turn both of you down to medium now that you are fighting each other. Leclerc just once again just sailed off into the sunset. But to be fair, this is a track where I think he's more likely to eat the wall, so we should still be fine. Will I get fired before you've done your revision? I have no clue. Can you give me a save idea? I am quite mediocre though. If you're trying to learn more about the game or just want to play and have fun, playing as RB, the V-Carb, Aston can work. Basically teams that are in the edges of points and work your way up into the points themselves. If you want to have a bit of a more chill time, pick Mercedes. Mercedes is basically one of the, it's the hardest of the top 5 teams. Well, hardest-ish of the top 5 teams. They kind of tend to collapse if they're run by AI. But if you want a chill experience where you just kind of want to try and fight RB, picking Ferrari and McLaren is also an acceptable option. It's a single-player game, so it depends on what you want to do. If you want a little bit of challenge, picking RB is probably one of the better options, I'd say. They're kind of already situated very well to start scoring points, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. But it depends heavily on what you are looking for as fun in your save. I would not have pushed the hearts at all the risk of the red flags. Yeah, there is some risk involved, but I feel like we have to take the risk. We have to bite the bullet here. We are slower than the Ferraris on the same strategy. So if we want to beat them, we need to do a strategy that's faster than them. And if we run the same medium to hard or, you know, soft to hard strategy, we're going to lose out just because the car is faster. Planets coming together. You're a great comedy. Why am I witnessing a discussion between Pinky and the brain in my chat, Floof Jasper? What do you have to say for yourselves? Is this difficulty more realistic than hard difficulty? This difficulty isn't really realistic at all. Because it is set up in a way that the AI is going to absolutely smash the player, with the player having no chance. So this is more just a fun survival thing more so than anything else. The difficulties in the editor will be adjusted at some point to be more friendly. But right now, the impossible difficulty is just straight up impossible. Unless, say, you start with Sauber and you finish 10th in your first season and then switch to whatever teams finish first. Even if you put the rocket ship, it will finish P11. Well, in this case, I don't know what's happening with Norris. It's not having a good time back there. Once these guys... The funny thing is, the AI can actually reach 100% tire preservation, and that's going to be hell. That's going to be a different kind of hell. Do we have mods in F1 Manager for other team liveries? If you check overtake.gg, they should have some. Do you think I could do infinite money? No. No chance. But once we get past Australia, you're going to be seeing some stupid stuff. Well, not stupid, but silly, more like it, in terms of the AI development. You have the win in the bag with your defense? I don't doubt that. But yeah, Science is also leaving us behind now. I'm already seeing some scary stuff with how the tires are looking. But I'll be honest, third and fourth there with the third best car. I'd still be happy with that, I think. But we might end up just pushing these hards and going to a standard medium till the end. We'll make that decision once we actually get to the pit stops. But for now, there's nothing I really can do. We do keep high enough confidence by having a driver switch back and forth. So I'm just going to allow them to do that, but as you can see, we're not really running away from anyone. We have the DRS train of Hamilton, the McLarens, kind of Russell coming for us. Magnussen, Show, Gasly, and the Alpines are still not having a good time. I don't know what happened to Magnussen, but definitely the Haas's are not having a good development race. I am slightly worried that honestly the AI is going to beat me on the tire preservation too. Not only the stats. It would be fun though to try that, to just give the AI 100% tire preservation and see how they handle that. We're now getting caught by Tsunoda. Norris will be pitting very, very soon. We could use Norris as a bit of a pulley when he pits. That I think would be a good play. I need you to get back within DRS of the cars in front, please. Already in Jeddah, we're fighting the sister team. Tsunoda is giving us a little bit of a fight here. And here's the thing, if you look at where Tsunoda is, and then we look at the DRS train, the podium is the podium is one long DRS train, the last spot on the podium. And let's say if we pit now, where exactly do we come out? Takes 20 seconds to pit. We are going to come out next to the Alpines. Luckily, they should be pitting soon. They'll probably... I don't know if they have hard times remaining, but they'll probably do. So I think we are going to have to start doing the pit stops here. We are going to gamble on doing those two stops without a red flag. I think we're kind of forced to do it. And then we'll just have to try and manage something here. Okay. I do not understand the upgrade stuff. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, Bad One? So now we'll be able to use a bit more fuel? Yeah. Can you explain how development works? Because I can always lose development rates. Basically, whenever you make a part, you gain expertise, daily, and you will get expertise, basically a hidden stat that represents how good your team understands about the car and how good they will be able to make it performance-wise. Research is very, very important for that, so if you're losing the development race, it could straight up just be that you're not doing enough research. Because the way regulation changes work is that you lose that expertise that you built up with designs, and the best way to get that back is actually just doing research to whatever's getting hit, if that makes sense. Hopefully your code lasts for as long as possible. I wish you luck with that. There will be a second red flag, I don't doubt that. Come on, Alonso, I need you out there before we get Alpined. The idea is actually very simple. We pit before Norris. We use Norris as a pulley.
So box and pick up.
Because he will be pitting, probably on this lap. He should be.
It's P13 at the moment.
He has to.
Gap 3.1. Gap 4 seconds.
What should be one of my drivers to score stoppage? Wouldn't be surprising. That would not be surprising. How would 100% tire preservation and 100% smoothness feel? One stop every race, basically.
DRS.
Degradation would be incredibly low to the point where you would have a huge advantage just because your tires degrade so much slower than everyone else's. Okay, let's see if Norris also joins us in the pits. He does, in fact, do exactly what we predicted. Clean stop. Norris goes for the hards, he's going to go till the end.
A little bit closer, pit out.
Stroll's going to go till the end. I guess we ignore Norris then and push.
So you are now P11.
Because that's going to be the only way we now get something out of this.
Gap 1.6. Lando behind. Gap behind 2.6.
If we do get a red flag now, it's going to be very interesting with the tires because we only have 2 softs remaining. But if you consider that we're fighting basically for 3rd place, I don't think we're catching the Ferraris, I'll be perfectly honest. We're still looking okay. As Alonso gets one of the problem children, Van Dorn, out of the way. Danny Rick pits, gets out of the way. Good, very, very good. 11 seconds now free air up to the podium position. I don't think this is the worst strategy I've ever had because they're a lot more conjoined, or they're a lot more running together in DRS trains with the fact that the AI is jumping leaps and bounds ahead in development. As Norris drives through the Aston pit crew, yeah. Someone get Norris. Give him a fine. If you have Red Bull DRS but Sauber top speed, where do you think you can finish at the end of the season? That's going to be solely dependent on which cornering you have. Cornering is just the most important factor of your car. But so far, this is actually working out pretty great, I think. It's a bit of gap between Alonso and Verstappen, which is just how much slower Tsunoda is. But now we have everyone pitting. Okay, Tsunoda's coming in, Hamilton's coming in. We are jumping them, which means we are getting some clean air.
Oh, that's a slow one.
Tsunoda with a slow stop. That's unfortunate. I guess that helmet took advantage and just said, nah, can't have the sister team beat the main team. You can see Sainz is already ahead of us. He's gone for a soft. He's going to try and stick on that soft till the end. Russell, Piastri, Leclerc all need to pit. And right now we're actually ahead of Leclerc. So when he pits, we could potentially use him as the pulley. And he does pit right now. Everything else being 10th and mid, you'd probably struggle a little bit. Like top speed, I'd say your top speed is more important than your DRS. Your DRS helps if you're behind a car, but you need to catch that car to begin with. So if you're 10th in cornering, last in top speed, with the best DRS, you aren't going to be fighting for anything more than maybe 7th, 6th. Cornering is way more important than both DRS and top speed, so that's actually the deciding factor here. Even if you have 100% DRS, it's not going to make much of a difference, Ty. The fact that Aston preferred Van Dorn over Perez is everything. It's kind of an interesting choice, yeah, but we did complain, and they did say that, oh, since you are complaining so much, we'll have the AI promote from within the academy, which honestly is fine if there is no good options out there. I don't think that was the case though for Aston, let's be honest, in this scenario. Enact Operation Colapinto eating salmon, drinking akavit. What is going on? Do I know if AI always save 2 mediums in every race or how they run free practice? It seems really random, Eric, how they handle practice. Which is, of course, a bit of a problem. Because the AI does not necessarily save any mediums sometimes. Sometimes they'll save 2 mediums, sometimes they'll save 2 hards. So it's basically a bit like rolling a dice. So on some tracks where mediums or hards are preferable, you're going to have to manually save the tires that you want. Alonso's doing great at the moment. Verstappen is not doing too shabby either. Very happy with how things are going so far. How overpowered do I think the car has to be to get Mick Schumacher? But at least equal to Red Bull, I'd say, if the Red Bull has 2 high-rated drivers. Hey there, Impa. Starting 2031. That's a bit of an endurance save. I think for now, we're just going to allow Verstappen to run with Leclerc here till the end of the stint. Piastri has yet to pit. Same with Russell. They're stretching this a little bit too closer, I think. Van Dorn with a lockup there. That was the red flag that we needed.
There's a massive shutdown at turn 2.
Turn 2, isn't that us?
Could be a lot of debris here.
Isn't that... No, it is us. Is it just Leclerc and... I love this angle where I can just hear the incident but not see it. Love it.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today.
This year's Miami, Texas, 22 times Vegas. That sounds like punishment. Hey, Floof. You have acquired my attention. What do you want to do with it? Did Piastri pick up damage from that? No. Tires are fine. Leclerc's tires are fine. That could have been amazing for us, but Secret Agent Piastri couldn't finish the job. It is punishment for joining Haas. Russell and Ocon as the drivers. Oh. That does sound like a bit of a punishment indeed. So yeah, we are getting closer till the end. The gaps aren't amazing, Alonso actually has an amazing one here because, yeah, there we go, Russell pits. I'm wondering if I want to pit Alonso right now to ensure that he comes out ahead of Piastri. We're not going to have a huge tire advantage till the end. But it's also the risk of the red flag. I think we gamble. If we need to get through the Piastri Stroll train, we should be able to. I think Piastri's going to run away from Stroll anyway, so it doesn't really matter. The gaps are starting to form. Damn, Leclerc has already gained a second immediately after getting the overtake done. Yeah, we are no longer fighting the Ferraris. You want chat to be TP? I would have to probably set up some Twitch setup to make that work. That would be funny, having automated TP. Let chat take over a season. See how badly you could mess up my save. Did I have to remove the mod for the extended time shot? No, I didn't have to remove it. I just felt like it took way too much space, particularly if I was gonna play a bit of a slower session where we kind of do look at races, particularly now that we're getting to a point where we are going to be needing more micromanagement. I should do that. It would take a lot of time to set up though, so I would need probably some help to get that working. Why am I keeping my tires so hot? Because as long as they don't go over 130 degrees, you're actually pretty much fine. But it is time to pit, so I do appreciate you notifying me of my tires being hot, hot, hot. So Alonso is going to come out ahead of Stroll, and then we just need to make our way back up here, which should be doable with 15 laps to go. Verstappen is going to be in a little bit of a bigger pickle, but he should still be able to make something work. I don't think I want a double stack, and as long as we can take advantage of Norris, we will. First thing I would do is fire the French. Damn. There's a new participant who's entered the American-French Civil War. I do need to bring back that save too, to be fair. I do have a Discord server. You should be able to find it in the description, Ty. How is VCARB so strong and Mercedes so weak? The AI has gotten quite a big boost across the board. So probably by the time we go to Australia, we might be a midfield team, even though we're playing Red Bull. Did I not call you in? I'm getting to the point again where chat is grabbing my attention a little bit too much, and that is bad because Verstappen is about to do a lap more than he should. As long as he can stay with Norris, it's not necessarily going to be a huge loss, but if he can't, it's going to be bad. Looks like it is going to be pretty bad.
Oh, it looks like a pit stop issue.
Ah, I was hoping for something more. Bottas. What are our lap times right now? Clean stop from Verstappen. It should come out just by Stroll. 31.9. So we're gaining 1.5 seconds on Norris. Second on Hamilton. We're losing slightly to Piastri. But we're gaining more than a second on the cars around. And with 12 seconds left, Alonso could catch Norris there and take the last podium slot. Verstappen also snuck out ahead of Norris there. Not Norris, Stroll. I do think we should probably tune them both up to aggressive. I think that would be the play here. Just go aggressive. As Alonso clears Tsunoda, maybe. With DRS, we should be safe. Let's see here. Are the contract bugs solved? Yeah, for the most part. But when they fix them in 1.8. Get Flavio in. What would I suggest? I create a team with the low settings or a return to greatness with Sauber? Honestly, whichever you feel would be most fun. They both will probably play pretty similarly, depending on, you know, staff and drivers you pick. So it depends. Do you want to start fresh with a new team, or do you want to, again, just bring Sauber to greatness? Red Bull midfield? Yeah. Always chat's fault? Yeah, I need an out, Alien. And chat is that out. You know what, Jasper? I should time you out for saying that. Should definitely time out Floof 2 while I'm at it. I want F1 Manager 25 to be 2-player. It would be fun with a co-op, yeah. I'm no expert, but RTG, yeah. Road to Glory. Red Bull's manager needs to be fired. Completely ruined car within a race. I know. I'm such a horrible team boss. Legendarily bad. I do think that we have a chance to catch Norris though before the end of this. With Alonso. Damage limitation at that point. I don't know if Verstappen's going to be able to do it though. 10 seconds, 12 seconds in 8 laps is a little bit too much to ask. Alonso's definitely going to get involved. I do remember you, William. The Vershaw fan. Abort mission. Salmon is out of the aquatics. What? Cafe Nero? Didn't know I was running a cafe. Yeah, we're definitely catching the podium position here. Gonna be able to fight for that at least. I do believe. What I do need to do though is clear Hamilton, catch up to Norris and Piastri, recharge the battery a little bit so I can run away. Let's go back to aggressive, go deploy here. See if we can close down these 2 seconds. And honestly, for Verstappen, he does have more tyre available. With 6 laps remaining, I think we go full attack. Gamble on closing down those 6 seconds. He's done a great job so far. So he might actually be able to pull that off. Here the fun begins. Last 6 laps.
Copy.
So let's cool the tyres.
Okay.
But yeah, no way we are doing anything with the Ferrari, say we're 20 seconds behind.
Copy.
Can't wait to see a Sauber lapping me.
Max, just to confirm it's third on deck.
That's sad.
Okay.
That's scary sad. Okay.
Okay.
Cancel lifting coast for now. Cancel lifting coast for now.
I think we are gonna get something fun there towards the end. 4 seconds for Verstappen. He will be part of this, but he will not have resources, so we might try and be cheeky with Alonso. We'll see.
Gap 0.4.
Do you enact the policy of the Tente? What is the Tente? What's your thought on how F1 25 can build on the success of failure this year's game? Generally, they just need to add depth to the mechanics they already have. And do some work on the AI, honestly. Co-op could be a fun thing. Taking advantage of the scenarios that they have to, say, add scenarios for all the, tile races, things like that could be fun. But yeah, adding depth, making sure the AI is a little bit better, I think would go a long way. I was lying. Another bad career choice for Alonso. Mayhaps.
Don't stress.
5 laps to go.
Copy.
So battery's good.
Okay.
Get by Hamilton. Good work. Okay, once we catch up, we can start slowing down, do the same that we're doing with Alonso here, where we are biding our time, but Piastri is falling out of range. 40% tires versus 60. We do have the advantage on tires here. Just making sure we keep that advantage all the way till the end. I hope this is Ferrari's performance next year as Ferrari fan. We can hope. Yeah, I can do that for you too, Jasper Floof. I give you the Tente, as Jasper says. As Alonso's agent, I have no confidence in your abilities as TP. Wow. I can't believe you have no faith. How different is this impossible difficulty? Well, we've been jumped by McLaren and Ferrari in terms of performance in Jeddah, the second race into the season. So it is impossible in the sense that you're not supposed to survive not even half the season before you get fired.
Okay, so car in front is now clear.
So it's basically just a funny little see how far you can get type of scenario. Okay, Alonso is actually running away, which is kind of what I want at the moment. I give you permission to go all out.
Head down now.
Okay, recharge off.
Okay.
Hands on lifting post for now.
Run away, Alonso, run away. Man's probably getting flashbacks to last season with Aston. Okay, you can run attack till the end. The only thing I need to do is just tune up fuel.
Back into the lifting post.
Just so I don't forget. Now I just need Verstappen to catch Norris and then I'll be happy.
Come on, mate.
Let me guess, Piastri got DRS there. No, we did. Beautiful. Hey, we also snatched fastest lap somehow. Honestly, let's push, deploy, and get another fastest lap. That shouldn't be an issue.
Overtakes available.
Okay, tune you down to aggressive and recharge.
Could I recharge off?
Still got
Max?
a couple of laps to play with. I don't. It is French. Then I need to reconsider.
So gap 1.5.
What GP do I think the whole grid will overtake me? Probably Miami, honestly. Maybe China if I'm unlucky. Verstappen just got the overtake done while recharging.
Right front is slowly getting a bit hard.
Focus on cooling the tires.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the second to last lap, so basically need to not forget about Alonso.
Just lift the coast.
Holy shit, I almost stayed and we almost lost a podium.
Okay.
You're going to reduce lift and coast.
I think we're going to allow Norris to overtake us in the first DRS zone and then we'll try and come back at him. Norris tires are 33%. If he does anything that is even remotely close to pushing, his tires are going to fall under the 30% limit, which means he's going to be a lot slower. So I think we are looking pretty good.
Okay, Max, you can cancel or reduce lift off where possible.
Time to go full send.
Okay, Max, all you've got. Certainly don't let any cars pass you.
Yeah, it's not a single one.
Rear left, bit on the one side.
Final lap Sainz. We're not as far back then, 18 seconds. It's not great, but it's not the worst performance ever.
Press and hold the overtake.
I think if we're ahead at the end of this straight, we will be able to hold off Norris here. And that should be a decent enough result for us, because now there's going to be some back marks in the mix. And those are always fun. You didn't do your job, show. You were supposed to wear into him dangerously and aggressively. But we have broken DRS. Third and fourth is basically secured. Guess we'll look at Danny Rick instead. See if he can snatch 10th place from the Stroll. How are the tires? Stroll's worse for wear. We also do have fastest lap. Guess we should pay some respect to the Ferrari win. I'm off to watch the Arsenal football match. Hope you enjoyed, Ty.
They belong in Formula One.
They are already developed so quickly in round 2 on Impossible, yeah. They develop incredibly quick because whenever they do a project, they get a 2.1% increase in expertise across the board.
P3.
So as you can imagine, it becomes very, very powerful.
Tidy drive. Okay, into the pit lane.
Game is so realistic, Lando can't beat Max in a worse car, damn. This race 3rd and 4th, next race 5th and 6th. Maybe even worse than that, Andrew, I'll be honest. It's 2 weeks now until we go to Australia.
You are into the pit lane.
Ferrari back on top. Rick managed actually to pip Stroll too.
And that's another race done.
Boy, Alonso, highest rated driver that I could pick up cheaply. Basically. Not a huge boost compared to Paris in-game, but I need every advantage I can get, I'm gonna be honest. We're still leading the championship. 37, 35, 33. I'm still safe for the time being. No payout from the sponsors though. Basically a Norwegian alcohol, and Floof and Jasper are just running away with it. They're making a insane joke of it. Who's my team in real life? I think I've answered this before, but basically I don't really support teams. I more support drivers. I have hopes for Alonso. I have hopes for Piastri generally. But it's always fun seeing, for example, Max in Brazil just tearing through the grid. Like he's using cheat codes. Okay, so. I did actually... No, wait, did something finish today? The chassis? Yeah, the chassis finished today. That's how that worked. I thought I forgot to start a project there for a second. Okay. Rush with as many engineers as we can afford. And we do need to manufacture everything before we go to Melbourne. So this is gonna sting, but we're gonna do one normal and we're gonna do one emergency manufacture. Because as I've said multiple times, I'm not surviving this season, so we don't have to worry about the finances, which is hilarious for so many reasons. Okay, upgrade. Should start the second underfloor. Like, this is gonna look pitiful in terms of gains compared to the AI, but what I'm gonna have to do, I can't actually rush it either because expertise is gained daily, so by rushing it, I'm actually lowering my expertise gains. But at this point, there's literally nothing I can do to get more expertise quicker than just run projects normally. And that's gonna be a bit frustrating, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, with the suspension, we'll get 18%, 19% tire preservation. That will bring us closer to the AI, but not even close to what they currently have. So, yeah, it's still going to be rough. Okay, we're 5th, 9th, and 3rd in the 11 days leading up to the Australian GP. Where are we going to be once we get there? Any guesses? I wonder how abuse development can be if you're able to have the impossible mode benefits to yourself. You probably could, because right now it's only affecting AI. So I would assume you would be able to change it so it only affects the player as well. What's better, research or a new design using intensive? Depends. If you are using intensive design or something that has a regulation change, it's not going to benefit you because basically intensive is just at 1.5 times expertise gained daily. So if there's no regulation change for whatever you're using intensive on, it's going to be more, it's going to give you more expertise, but it's also 3 times the cost. So you do need to think that about cost cap. If using one intense design does not allow you to say run 2 research projects or rather 3 research projects instead, if you have the capability, then the intensive design isn't worth it, honestly. It depends on, it's basically just comes down to planning. Intensive is strong, yes, you get 1.5 times the expertise for 3 times the cost, but if the 3 times the cost put you in a situation where you say have slots available at the end of the year that aren't being used, you are losing expertise over the course of a season. Verstappen definitely uses mods for real life in certain races. I feel like impossible mode would basically mean micromanaging everything. Yeah, to some degree. You're not wrong, Poconaldo. Nice to see you, by the way. 7th, 10th, and 5th are the bets. 9th, 15th, 7th. I'll be behind Alpine, okay. Or even behind Sauber. I'll be behind Sauber because Alpine have got their fastest lap. I got the fastest lap in the last race. 19, 19, 19. Oh. Similar to Moore's Law, but it's called Alpine's Law. You lose 2 places every race. What I want to see is a co-op mode game we can do with 11 players. I think I think that could be intense too, yeah. Okay, let's see. Most bets put me pretty far down. There's some being very hopeful, I'd argue. We shall see where we end up. I am upgrading facilities for the mentality boost. I'm not gonna lie, we need it. Is this still bugged? Is the question. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And the reason for that is because it says 24th of March. Let's pay overtime. Hey, it actually did work the way it was supposed to. Sometimes these add a week instead of, you know, not doing what they're supposed to. So I like to save just to be on the safe side. I need everything as soon as I can. So yeah, we're paying overtime for sure. Marty levels up. Better to push mediums until 30% and go in hards with 40 and 50% towards the end of the race. Depends very much on the race shack because tires behave differently in terms of pace from race to race. If it's low deg, maybe. If it's high deg, maybe. If the difference between the tires are very minimal, maybe. So again, it depends very, very much just how the tire, how much different are the tires on each track, things like that. So it's hard to just say yes or no as a straight up answer because it just doesn't exist. Okay, we are gonna emergency manufacture a chassis. I never do this. It feels wrong, but I need every advantage that I can get. And again, this is not a joke. It's a plea for help at this point. Okay, filming in 3 days. I need to keep one slot open. Okay, Melbourne tomorrow. Let's cross our fingers for the car. And, damn! We're in trouble. Stream should be fine, Poconello. Try and refresh. Seems you sorted it out. Let's see. I'll think get the fast lap. You get an 800-point deduction. Yeah, ignaciourreta is amazing for the save editor. Probably should make my own engines. I assume you fixed the stream issue, Poconeldo. Yes, I am depressed enough that I need a mentality boost right now, Alfred. So yeah, I wasn't joking when I said we'd be in trouble by the time we reach Miami. We might be in trouble by the time we reach Japan, honestly, because Japan is another 2 weeks break. And then another 2 break for China, another 2 break for Miami. So yeah, I don't think I was exaggerating when I said that this stream ends when I get fired, because we're getting there. Very quickly. But we do have one tiny Uno reverse card, and that is that we do have some components to put on the car. And even that didn't help that much. I'll be honest. 15th top speed, 17th in low speed, which basically means that every team probably has their front wings, I would think. Ferrari, 0.070 low speed advantage. That is insane. Basically almost the same in medium. We're comparable in high speed, but they have replaced every single one of their parts right now. 80% cooling, 70% tire preservation with these stats is insanity. McLaren, a similar situation, but they're even further ahead on the low speed. We're not beating these guys in any low-speed tracks. I'm gonna be honest. That's us. The Mercs have a slightly beat, but I didn't expect them to be this low. But I think this tells us that we're not beating Ferrari, we're not beating McLaren ever again. The Alpine has caught up in low-speed cornering. But we're still ahead. We're still ahead. Thank the heavens. Williams, listen, low speed cornering. Same for the Haas. DRB. We're ahead of the kick. The Aston has gone ahead of us. We are gonna be fighting for points in Australia. Is the feeling that I'm getting. That's gonna be a struggle. Yeah, we're still ahead of Alpine, unfortunately, Floof. You're actually slower than Alpine? I'm in trouble now. Yeah. Alpine are coming. Finally, a team you can beat. Oh, wait. This rate, I'm going to fight to survive. I'm going to fight to not get fired. So, the board, they're just medium happy at the moment. They're satisfied with my shenanigans at the moment. I think the second we fall off the season objective, and the second we start having, you know, 9th and 10th finishes, what happens here, or in the next race, who knows? Things are gonna go pretty bad.
It's wonderful to be back down under.
This is the third race of the season, Leo. Yeah. GP2 engine, GP2 engine. Alonso's gonna regret that I got him to come over here. We might actually need to use a fresh engine here just to be more competitive. I wish I was joking, but I'm actually not.
Our weekend continues.
Nah, this is the first season with the impossible settings from the editor, Leo. Just wanted to see exactly how bad it can get, and honestly, it's hilarious, but also kind of scary at the same time. Guess this is acceptable. That should be that. At least Alonso makes his car somewhat easy to set up. There we go. Okay, where do we qualify? I'd say I still have hope for 5th and 6th. No way we qualify in the top 4 unless we get a red flag from one of the top 4 drivers. I have a Chinese F4 car. I'm driving a Honda Civic, yeah. I need a button with the voice line from just Verstappen telling us that he can't turn the car. Because that is basically what the car is doing to him right now. We're finally getting to see the car Perez has to drive. Verstappen getting the Perez treatment. P8, P10, P9, P14, P6, P8. At least you guys are a little bit optimistic, perhaps. Honestly, I just want to see where we end up in terms of pace. 15, 2, and 15 blank. That's not shabby.
Eyes on Delta.
But then again, the AI has gotten a pretty significant buff, so let's put up the sector times here. Ah, we still had the purples. Norris has taken 1 purple sector from us. Yes! We're still the fastest out there. Let's see how this Q1 actually goes. I think we will be safe. I'm proud of you, Jasper. You too, Floof. Unless it's really enjoying the what now? But 2 points the rest of the season. I would community service the whole paddock. Turn right to go left. Yeah, we'll be drifting. Hamilton, second row at the moment. What is this heresy? What is this heresy? Oh, do we have a Gasly out of... We have a wild Alpine out of Q1. Wait. Sergeant been cooking. He got 10th while Alpine got 16th. This is actually going to be a weird timeline than when I messed around with everything in the editor just to see what I could do. Going back to your regularly scheduled Alpine propaganda. Well, at least you call it propaganda. Norris when he does not best come by a mile. Wait, was Norris out? Did I miss Norris going out? Am I blind? Where's the other Oranga? Norris out in Q1? How did I miss that? When Dawn and Alpine put blindfold on me. To be fair though, the McLaren should be quick enough, Jasper, that Norris is going to do what Verstappen did in Brazil. So I'm kind of scared here. We're gonna hear the do Lando Norris. How would the British version be of that, by the way?
Okay, that's did put you P1 for the moment.
Yeah, that's a bad first run. We were 15 blank in Q1.
Nice lap.
Luckily, the track around it is short enough that I'm gonna send them out on the same tires, and then we'll use fresh ones if we really, really need to. Come on, boys. I need an improvement. Get out of the way, Gasly.
You are P3. Not a bad lap that, Max.
I think that is safe-ish. It should be. We gamble on that being safe. I think. Gasly in 7th. Stroll now in 5th. This is a weird world. Lando Norris. Pip pip cheerio, Lando Norris. Ocon should have won Brazil. I think the only way Ocon would have won Brazil is if Max Verstappen had a spin. Let's be honest. But we did confirm that the Alpine is in fact a boat disguised as a race car. How is Bottas what? Bottas is 6th. I'm the drunk Brit, I agree. My stream dropping internet again a little bit. I think we'll be fine. But yeah. Russell in the danger zone. Leclerc being half a second faster than us in Q2. Yeah, I don't think we're fighting the Ferrari ever again. The rat, the clown, what? How am I feeling right now? How long do you think I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go until I get fired. Probably within the next 6 or so races. I think I'm gonna play probably 2-3 more, and probably at that point we're not gonna be able to compete anymore. So I'll sim until I just get booted. I think that is gonna be the play. Okay, so how has Sainz pulled this off? Like, forget about Norris. How did Sainz pull this off? He's a second slow in Q2, like 1.2 seconds slower. I gave you guys rocket ships, and clearly you don't know how to use them. Why is... Eh? Yeah, this timeline is broken, man. There's some weird shit's going on there with the timeline. Floof is tampering at the moment. He stopped talking about Salmon and Akabit for a little bit and started tampering with the timeline instead. I'm certain of it. Well, good luck with your faction event, Nitko. Hope you have fun. Perhaps Alpine should change the category. They seem to be talented in sailing. Do the final race before I get sacked so we can see how slow I am? Yeah, sure. Is there a way you can tell how the tire deck will go down before I race off each tire? Yeah, I can actually show you off the qualifying shack, so remind me if I forget. But the pre-race like tire calculation does take into account your tire degradation and also the smoothness of your driver. The only reason why it would go beyond what you see in the prediction is if you run the tires harder than they can handle. And we can talk a little bit about that as well right now. So basically, if you go into your tire screen here, you click the little car, tires, hover over. They have a temperature range here, 70 to 120 degrees. As long as you don't go over 120 degrees, you are generally safe. So you can go up to 119 degrees, 118 degrees, you'll be fine, but don't go over 120. And generally you'll be following the expected degradation patterns. But I'll take a look at that after quali here, and then we'll go a little bit more over that.
We'll box at the end of this lap.
Last time Ferrari were rocket ships, they were illegal. Are you telling me I need to tune down the Ferrari engine? Is that what we're doing? Am I saving, going into the editor, tuning down the Ferrari engine by 20 points? Full win in Vegas? Honestly, I have a feeling that Leclerc's gonna have a good one. If Norris and Piastri were allowed to use the backer wings, they would have a good chance because, let's face it, the backer wings were basically just disguised always DRSs. And to be fair, it is clever. Like, no one can say that it isn't clever. But I think... I don't know. I don't know if they have actually a wing that can compete in a similar manner again. I have hopes for Ferrari taking the fight to McLaren till the end, because let's face it, I don't see Norris winning the last 3 races without Verstappen scoring just enough points to win. That fight's done. So I want to see some Ferrari versus McLaren fireworks in the last 3 races of this year. Honestly, Norris pole, Charles P2, the best chance for Ferrari. They should add fraud to this game. Oh, Verstappen on pole, Alonso in second, Leclerc's a fraud. Honestly, I should not be getting even close to pole here. With how powerful the Ferrari car is compared to ours, I'll be honest. One second, someone is calling my phone. Sorry about that. It was work that called. But luckily, nothing too serious. Just something that needs to be handled next week. So we're fine to continue this stream for a little longer. Let's see. Last time I slandered Ferrari, we discussed court. I was slandered Ferrari as much as I want. Stop implementing the red rules? What is the red rules? Yeah. It's the thing is, a lot of those flexi wing things, like Red Bull's done it. I think every team has done it at one point now. It's just that you need to have a backup plan because, let's face it, everything that has flex is going to be tossed out the window sooner rather than later. And particularly in Baku, it was just a little too obvious. Couldn't get away with it anymore. The Sauber into Q3. Overtime request. It's just someone is sick tomorrow, so I need to get to work a little bit earlier to open up the school. So it's nothing more than just a request for me to change my starting time, and I'll leave a little bit earlier. So nothing serious, as I said. But yeah, the tire deck. So basically here, as I mentioned, the degradation here is very accurate to what Max Verstappen would see in the race itself, provided we keep him on this race pace target. Now, the risk that you run is that when you turn him up to full attack, you don't know if the temperature, as I mentioned, is going to go over the maximum temperature. If you remember the softs, they could only handle 120 degrees. Now, if I run full attack and the softs can't handle that, let's say they go up to 125 degrees, the degradation is going to be far more aggressive. So keep an eye on temperature, and you can basically just plan around that pretty easily. Like, you can do something like this. If you see temperature too high, you can switch it up mid-race. But generally, the only real limit to your strategies is going to be temperature. There's going to be fringe cases where you'll see slightly high degradation from following other cars, from running a little bit harder than maybe the game thought you would, things like that. But generally, this is a very, very good guide to what you can expect. And as I mentioned, it does take into account your car degradation to some effect. It does take into account your driver smoothness. So if you have two drivers with wildly different smoothness, you will be seeing that they can't, in some cases, not run the same strategy because one driver will basically explode their tires while the other one will be fine. So there is some leeway back and forth there. So do keep that in mind when you do make your strategies. Do I want to do this? I kind of do. Honestly. There we go. One stop is still also viable here. Like so. But I think we... Yeah, let's do one stop. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know, actually. This is also one of those places where it's very, very common to get a red flag, so... Let's go with the one stop here. We're going to be boring. We're going to play it safe. And then we can change this up if we see the need later on. Was it Red Bull calling me to fire you? Yeah, they called me to warn me. Some guy called Alpine, he's taking my job. What's the method of looking at practice times? I assume you mean tire, like comparing tire compounds. So, let's see if we go back one here. If you go into the reports and you enter the pre-race report, you'll see something called compound performance. And here, you can see the difference in each tire if they're run. Basically, this is if you run them on standard. So the average soft time, lap time on a standard tire would be 18.3 seconds, on a medium 18.6 seconds, and on a hard 18.9. So we can basically say the difference between these two tires is basically 0.3 a lap. And then we take that and compare with the time loss from degradation, and that is 300s. So we take those 0.3, which is 30 hundreds, basically 300,000s if you will, and we split them on the difference here, which would be 300. So 30 split on 3 would be 10. So the soft tires hold an advantage over the medium tires around here for about 10 laps. And similarly, if we do this with the hard tire, again, around 0.3, but just 200s here instead, it would take about 15 laps for a medium to become basically the same as a hard tire if you start both at the same time, run them on standard. So it's basically a way to kind of estimate how long you hold advantage with each tire. And that's basically it. And you make your decisions based on that. Now, generally with that, we might actually be better off running something like this, because as mentioned, the soft tire only holds advantage for 10 laps. Basically here. Probably close to 12 laps or so, we run light. But we can actually kind of see that too here with us saving a pit stop here. So do keep that in mind. We're going to play it safe though, as I mentioned. And we might need to change things up here a little bit if we see that we can't keep temperature in the tires. Australia is usually fine unless you say run 2-3 degrees lower than necessary. But as long as we keep them around the lowest temperature window, we should be okay. So basically what makes this an impossible difficulty? Well, we are the 17th team right now, Atu, in terms of low speed cornering. The results doesn't tell you that, but basically 3 races into the season, we are now a midfield team, while we started as Red Bull. Basically the AI developed in a fashion that is impossible to keep up with. No problem, Shaq. Hope that explained everything. I'm never saving 2 hards. Some tracks like Coda, it can be really, really powerful to save 2 hards. It's the one track where underfueling doesn't give you an advantage. Maybe Vegas. I've been kind of tempted to test Vegas. Basically engine-heavy tracks. DRS zones, to some degree, you could probably say Australia as well. But particularly Vegas, I think. Perhaps Coda. So there is potentially some places where it could give you, an advantage to overfuel. But I haven't actually had time to test that yet.
Well, it's great to have you. Get ready for the Australian Grand Prix.
This is insanity.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, so at the race start here, I have a couple of questions for everyone. The fact that Alonso's fighting the McLaren immediately is funny. We're running light. Where do we think Norris is going to finish? He's down in the midfield. Do we think he's going to get up into the podium? Same question for Sainz. Can Bottas hold on to his points? I think no, but never say never. How important is that to upgrade the weather center? Honestly, I put that as with the third least important building, alongside the CFD and the wind tunnel buildings, because the fourth strategy that the AI now gives you in 24 actually has perfect weather knowledge. So the fourth strategy already tells you what you can expect from the weather, funnily enough. So you don't really need a weather center, which is weird, but also true. So yeah, not really important at all, unfortunately. Leclerc's doing the same thing he did in Jeddah and is just running away. And we're doing the same thing and just taking a post behind. Let's hope we don't get sent to the Shadow Realm for this race. Okay, so we have a Russell and a Stroll behind, both on soft tires. Those are going to be painful. They are burning their tires quite aggressively here, though, so I think we'll be okay. I don't think we're winning another race this season, I'm gonna be honest. We might get a couple more podiums if we're lucky, but that really is about it, what we can expect. Charles P1, Oscar P2, Fernando P3. We can always hope. Leclerc isn't running that far ahead right now, honestly. He's taking it a little bit chill. I'm kind of tempted to switch up the strategy. I'm gonna be honest, looking at this, I'm very tempted to switch up the strategy. And the reason why is because we are gonna get one insane DRS train. Basically all the way to the end. Sargent is currently creating a break because he's Sargent. Van Dorn is kind of doing the same because he's Van Dorn. But the rest here are going to be one big DRS train. Now, the reason why this is kind of making me want to change the strategy is generally just if you pit before DRS train, you hold the advantage because the AI generally just gets stuck quite a lot in DRS trains. I don't know if you get what I mean, but basically everyone is going to run as one big lump until we get to the pitting time. For the most part. There's going to be a couple of breaches, of course, like usual, but it looks like most cars are just going to stick together like glue. And because of that, there's not going to be a lot of time from first place to last place. So I kind of want to try and pit right before the train does. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's also... I'm having an existential crisis right now. Because we could go for a more aggressive strategy, but there's also the negative part of, since everyone is running together, all it's needed is one lockup for a red flag, so pitting early could backfire tremendously. I think we stick with this. Maybe we can make it work. But it's one of those funny things that you do need to think about. Oh, we sent... Poor Russell. He picked up underfloor damage, I think. We shoved him on the grass. That's brutal, Alonso. Doris will get taken out in a crash. This when the RS has overtaken defense. Pretty sure they still do to some degree. Keep saving tires? Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. The problem though is, again, temp. We're actually running on the edge of the temperature here, so we might be forced to change this up. Surface is not really a concern. It's the core temp. And right now we're running a little bit cooler than I like. Well, as long as we can keep up with Piastri, I guess it's fine. The RS train is also making it very hard for other cars to get overtakes done. I think this is okay for the time being. Are you playing usually with minimal fuel? Yeah, we are running the minimal fuel allowed, and then you're gonna have to run conserve basically for the entire race. Predicted Leclerc no moment? Oof. Stroll podium? Well, I don't know what happened to Verstappen while I looked away, but he is currently in a little bit of a struggle fest. No Tsunoda, go away. But yeah, temps are definitely a concern. Fastest lap goes to Magnussen. I don't think we saw that one coming, I'm gonna be honest. But honestly, right now we kind of don't really have anything to do other than just manage, I'd argue. I think Stroll and Tsunoda could work as a good barrier here. We have Piastri to pull us along. So right now I don't really need to do anything because Piastri is using his tires, we're saving ours. Stroll and Russell now with some damage. Yep, this is working out. It's working out way better than I expected. Bottas still in 12th. Could potentially become a part of this down the line. We're still staying out for basically another 20 laps though, so... I don't know if there's anything we really should have a need to fix right now. Preparing for around the grid? Could probably top up. Could probably do that, yeah. You're not wrong. I just don't want to allow Stroll to catch up right now because, again, getting a gap like this is nice. And if we check it, when anyone pits, they're gonna... Oh! The pit sequence has begun. The soft runners has destroyed their tires. This could be very interesting because Leclerc is basically on the same strategy that we are again. I swear Ferrari has stolen my book of secrets at this point. But this could work out great because by the time we pit, the rest might also be ready for their final pit stop if they go for another stop, for instance. This could become really, really interesting down the line. For the love of God, no Ferrari slander? Is it slander to say that they've stolen my book of strategies? Is it slander if it's true? As they say. 3 months when I get fired, but what if I don't get fired? Well, stream will be on and pause while I'm at work tomorrow, I guess. Alonso and Piastri can just keep on duking it out. I'm not too worried. Should probably put him back to neutral though. And this kind of the funny thing here that I mentioned earlier about like the teams that pit early. This time they actually pit a little bit earlier than I expected. Probably lap 20 would have been better. But like we have Magnussen here who has fastest lap. That's fine, but he's pretty slow back here. And he's holding up some of the fresher tires on old softs, which is amazing work. He's gonna be our MVP this race. But even if you clear him, next contender, Sauber. So, I think we'll be fine. Yes, some Alpine slander came my way. Is this the longest pit stop in the history of pit stops maybe ever? Ocon just left the pit. Wait, can I see how long that pit stop took? I don't usually check for this, but it's Alpine. We can check later. Okay, that guy's fired. If I use mods, from which side do I usually get them? Overtake, for the most part. Ocon got that Bottas treatment. Okay, Piastri's in, Sainz is in, Russell's in. Bottas, I need you to play the MVP here. Go ahead, overtake that McLaren. You can do it. You're in a Sauber. That's a comparable vehicle. How far ahead are we, actually? Pit stops around here should be pretty quick. 19 seconds. So both of our cars could pit and still be in basically where they are right now. Yeah, I think the one stop here is going to be the best plan. Simply because, again, they're going to cost a lot of time getting through the mess here. Piastri might actually go to the end of this hard set. No, he's not. Never mind, I'm speaking rubbish. So yeah, I'm fine with him chasing us down, honestly. Because again, all of them need to pit again. And we can hope for a red flag. So let's go ahead and do just that. You can check through the championships and pit stops. Let's see. It's just fastest pit stop. Yeah, well, not too bad. 13 seconds-ish. Bit unfortunate. But clearly not the slowest we've ever seen. Is it actually possible to ever win the title in impossible mode? Yeah, if I survive a season and then switch teams. I can see it happening. I don't think you can do it though without switching teams, I'll be honest. But if I did go ahead and do that, like say I played Sauber a season, who have very, very low expectations to begin with, survive without getting fired.
The tires?
Yeah, now the tires are getting a little bit too cold. Still not shitty, like really bad times, but 87 degrees, we're getting there. We're getting there, and they're getting cooler. We might just have to bite the bullet and allow the cold to happen here. Yellow flag? Ah. Also dud. Just Magnussen with a bit of a tease. I think we can live with the lessened pace here. Because we'll save more than that by not pitting an extra time. Compared to the rest by the looks of it. Norris has caught up to 5th though, so he is definitely getting into podium contention. By the end of this, I think he will catch us. Sainz is also getting here, but he is a little bit slower. He's also stuck with Hamilton and Tsunoda. Another Magnussen teasing moment. But we are getting close to our one and only pit stop. Which is great news. I don't think that would be... I I don't think that would be possible, Cyberpup. Yeah, that's the idea. Basically, I switched to a team that already has been upgraded. If you put tire preservation at 100, would that mean your tires would always be freezing? Not really.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long, Max, in terms of stop.
Okay.
Okay, let's start attacking.
Give it a couple
Last few laps before we pit.
Copy.
The gradation of the hard around is generally kinder than you expect, so I think this will be okay. We're a little bit too close to each other here to really do a double stack, however, so... I think we do one car first on the next lap and then the other afterwards. I hate having hay fever. My nose decides, yeah, you don't like air anymore. Need to get you one of those, you know, COVID masks. Half time now. Still 0-0 has to save. It's good. We're now a midfield car. Still in a podium position somehow. Life is good. But yeah, we're going to get Verstappen in first. A couple laps earlier than anticipated. But that should be okay. Didn't say to do it in 1 year, just said we want to create a team eventually. The funny thing is, you'll see why it's not possible, Cyberpup, once we get to the regulation changes. Because those have also been changed. If you put tire preservation 0, how long would it take your tires to explode? I don't know. I haven't tried that out, so I have no idea. Okay, we actually came out next to Norris, and we immediately put him outside the track. He's not going till the end, so if we can stay with him for this stint, I would be very happy, honestly. Because then we just need 19 seconds. Then he would need to get 19 seconds on us when he pits. Wouldn't eventually all teams be at 100%, so it wouldn't be a different other than drivers? Not really, because as I mentioned, we'll take a look at that later, but... we are getting run away here by Norris. He's just getting out of here. But basically, the regulation change every year is now a big regulation change. I think 50-70% every single year. So, a player-only team would not have a chance. You would have to take over an AI team that has greatly taken advantage of the buff, because you are getting a big regulation change every year on top of this. Modders say with 200% tire drag and tires will not degrade from 100%. Yeah, the game doesn't like it if you go outside of the limits that it's set. So be careful with that. It's a very easy way to corrupt your save too if you're not careful, Andrew. Is it your birthday today, Jasper? I'll give you your present, but when is your birthday and we'll try and remember. Which difficulty settings I think are fair for a challenge? Right now, none of them, really. You need to probably edit the difficulties yourselves a little bit. Because you do need to disable the stat boost. The stat boost is very powerful even at 0.5%. To the point where you're not going to have a good time. The AI is going to dominate you. Not today, but within the next year, August 28th. Well, put it on my calendar, Jasper, and we'll do that next year. Is it still possible to out-research the AI? No, the AI also gets a massive research boost, so you can't even do that. Basically, I tested out the small research boost that the editor gives, and it's about 10% across the board for the AI. And that is a little bit more than what the player can do. With basically full research 24/7 from research opens up. So as you can imagine, it gets a little bit spicy. Slider manipulation won't I'll research them? No. The way that the buffs that the editor gives is that it's just added expertise. So basically, it's like the AI is getting a lot more expertise than the player. So it doesn't matter if you place your sliders perfect, because the AI still get the same amount as if you place your sliders perfect, but they get them equally spread across all stats. So the AI still gets more research than you, no matter where you place it. When's my birthday stream, Nero? It would have to be in March, so still plenty of time. What about only lightweight parts? You can use only lightweight parts, that's fine. Like the ultra lightweight parts on the impossible difficulty, I would recommend everyone to try it because it sets the AI parts weight to 0. So it makes them very, very competitive. And it's a good way of doing it, honestly. So I would recommend trying that if you have the opportunity. Okay, let's see if we can break away from Norris here. I'm getting distracted by chat again. I blame you guys, always. Because Norris is the threat here for the podium. At the moment. He's about to pit though.
Car behind Norris.
And I would like to create a biggest gap as possible before he does pit. And degradation is less than expected, so we should be fine. Could maybe catch Piastri too by the end there. We still have a very, very good chance. You blame us, yet keep coming back to us? Yeah. I need something to blame. It's the rule of the land. But yeah, right now I just need these two boys to not crash into each other. And I'm going to be very, very happy. Which honestly means I probably should have done this a little bit earlier. Turn the high aggression down to medium. I'm wondering when Norris is planning to pit, though. Sainz is pitting now. And again, kind of what I'm hoping for is all of these guys holding up Norris, but I think he's actually fine. I think he has a gap here. Yeah, he has a gap here that he's going to come out ahead of Russell, but Russell's going to pit anyway soon, so... Yeah, Norris is not getting held up unless he stays out long enough for Sainz to close down the gap a little bit more. "20 laps. We have... Oh, Norris in the pits. Let's investigate. Hard tires? I think I've seen this before somewhere. So he needs to close down 28 seconds within 20 laps. Good luck, buddy. The worst current team in F1? It's unfortunately probably the Saubers, to be fair. If you look at just pure performance. In terms of cost cap, Williams are probably in trouble. Why did I just land a Ferrari? How did I land a Ferrari? I'm innocent of this crime. Okay, we're catching Piastri. I assume Piastri might actually just go for soft tires, maybe? I'm more scared of Piastri than I am of Norris. To be fair, Ferrari also sells certain parts to Haas, and Haas is doing okay. Okay, we are ahead of Piastri. This is going way better than anticipated so far. Piastri is in the pit. And he's slow. But he is going for soft tires. Are we going to have a papaya rule session here? 23 seconds. Can we actually catch Charles by the end of this. We could catch Charles. We play our cards right. Potentially. But then I need these boys to play together. Like when you watch F124 streamers yell because someone is not playing the team game and hunting down first. They should adjust the difficulty more and allow the players to get extra boosts as well, just for those players who don't really understand what they're doing. To be fair, easy difficulty is kind of that, to be fair. It gives you a lot of freedom to experiment. But yeah, I would love to see like an editor being part of next year's base game. Who win the Constructor Champion? In-game or in reality? Because I'm looking forward to see the fight between Ferrari and McLaren. And I do believe Verstappen is basically cinched the drivers. If Alonso and Max kill each other, what am I going to do? I'm probably just going to resign. Nah. The longer they avoid crashing into each other, the longer this experiment is going to go on for. Can't say alphabet, but say it like it's a very strong Norwegian alcohol. What? Right now, I'm a big fan of Piastri, and I would love to see Alonso get a good chance of winning a couple of races. I do support drivers more than I support teams. I'll be honest. I do like the boats. The boats were cool last weekend. Nice of them to finally make a cameo. I don't think we catch Leclerc here, unfortunately. Or maybe we do. We have 2 sets of batteries to use. We're going to micromanage the battery a little bit here in the sense that we're going to use DRS to allow the car behind to catch up. And if they change, that's when we'll change things around. With this, we might be able to launch one car into a position to actually do something to Leclerc by the end. Damn, Verstappen, you're not giving Alonso any chance. I could full send one car. Like have Verstappen go full send, full attack, put him on a soft tire. He should be able to catch Piastri. Because 19 seconds to pit stop. Okay, we have a funny decision here to make. Do I full send one car to try and chase down Leclerc? Basically have Verstappen act as a pulley right now to Alonso. Full attack, use the hards, pit him in basically 2-3 laps time for a pair of softs, and then try and overtake both McLarens with the laps remaining. Or do I play it safe? Do we do the funny or do we play it safe? What are we playing? Ferrari throwing in Las Vegas, McLaren throwing in Qatar. Abu Dhabi neck and neck. Yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with that. Should be fun to watch. No, Mag is from Denmark. Our neighbors to the south who have a law that say that if a Swede crosses onto Denmark in winter on the ice, you can beat him with a stick, which is the best law ever. What is impossible difficulty? Basically, the editor ups the AI to a point where you can't beat them. To explain, we are currently in Australia, and while we have a midfield car, we are somehow in the podium. So, Game needs a little bit more wrapping up. Funny for the content. Pit, play it safe. Please let Charles win. Not catching Leclerc. That's a real law. Yeah, it's an ancient. Well, it's not an ancient. It's basically an old Viking-ish law that the Danes have. Sometimes the sea between Denmark and Sweden would freeze. And if a Swede made his way over to Denmark, you could legally beat him with a stick until he goes back. There's a bunch of weird and funny laws that Norwegian Swedes and Danes have against each other. I think we do the funny here with Verstappen because it's going to allow us to secure fast lap. I still think we can catch Piastri no problem. I am a little bit concerned about the fuel though. We might be in fuel trouble. Okay, so what we're going to do now is actually pit Verstappen immediately. And basically now, because we used all of Verstappen's battery, we're going to do the same with Alonso's battery. And try and catch Leclerc. Which is going to potentially work, I hope. If not, I will be slightly miffed. Because look, we are closing down with just 2.7 seconds behind. So, by deploying Alonso's battery now, that Verstappen is getting out of the way, he should get DRS here. We might be able to close down. We're also going to go full attack until we do. Clean stop from Verstappen, although we didn't really get to see much of it. We actually retained third. Now, this is the problem. McLarens. Holy shit. It's the McLarens. Get out of the way, Sauber. Alonso. But yeah, now we have Alonso, part of the mix here. I think I'm going to allow one of the McLarens to just overtake us here. Because the tire advantage that we have is already huge. So all I need is to recharge, regain some fuel, and that's best done behind another car.
Yeah.
So let's just slot in behind the McLaren. That works. Alonso's going to do the exact same thing behind the Ferrari.
Car behind the Piastri.
Recharge on.
Which means we're going to have a fun end here.
Recharge on. Recharge on.
Copy.
Apple Quiz? Apple Quiz, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Fuel should be alright, I think. Yeah, maybe. Proper cooked in fuel? We could be. We are going to be very close, at least. I think this worked out just fine, although I probably could have done the handover by the rat poison.
Just keep your head down.
Well, Stroll needs to play in the gravel for a safety car. Damn.
Okay, so car in front is now Leclerc.
Good luck, mate. Always trust the funny option. Yeah, honestly, Floof, I could see me not scoring points next week. It's 2 weeks. It's the development cycle for the AI. Could have gone a 1-2 if I didn't pit. The thing is, I'm pretty sure Alonso would be fast enough that Verstappen would have no chance of following him, which is the main concern. So I decided to play it safe to push Verstappen. He would also have far less tire than
Look after these sides.
Alonso have.
Yeah. I cannot push any harder than this.
That's fine. I don't need you to push, Alonso. I just need you to play safe.
Recharge off when you're ready.
Copy.
Try and build a little bit of a tyre gap.
You need to look after these tyres now.
Oh,
Okay.
So 6
look,
laps.
the Haas and the Alpine are supporting the Red Bull master plan. That's actually not the worst place either to try and pull a gap. Maybe a little bit too soon.
The overtake.
If I noticed the master plan from the Haas a little bit earlier, then it would have worked out just fine.
Look after the inter.
Okay.
Did he just say look after the Inter? GP, what tires are these?
Yes. Let's go.
Nice job.
Apple quiz, unfortunately, and very important that.
Let's go.
Japan will be Q1 out. Japan is 19th and 21st, even though they're just 20 cars. Yellow.
Just try to work the tyres as best you can.
Virtual safety car. No, you're joking.
Safety car deployed.
A full safety car?
Recharge on. Eyes on dash.
Van Dorn.
Yeah.
Let's watch these cars as they head into turn 10.
I'm pretty sure I said what Jasper wanted.
Second, the impact's made. I imagine
I thought we were in third.
taken a knock.
Ah, my bad. That could have been a red flag though, so I guess I should be happy with it being just a safety car. Well, my fuel is no longer a concern. Is anyone going to be stupid enough to pit? New bet. Is anyone going to pit? Pit Alonso for softs? He does have the gap for that. You're not wrong. But I might be a little bit too slow on the trigger. We will see.
Pit lane.
Clutch call. Provided the safety car lasts long enough here, which is kind of a risk. But it's a risk that we will happily take. No one else took that risk though. Maybe I'm gonna be sad about that. We'll see. Let's just get everything prepped. I think we'll be fine though. 5-lap safety car. Generally, I think we'll have 1-2 laps of racing maybe.
So scope to work the tyres a fair bit.
Could be that this is gonna backfire horrendously, we'll see. That's funny, Jasper. Yeah. Well. Nah, it's still 3 laps. 3 laps to go after this one. I think we'll have more racing. I think it was actually the correct choice to pit here. Lap cars will not be allowed to overtake. Lap cars will not be allowed to overtake. Get the FIA on this. It literally said lap cars will not be allowed to overtake. What is this bullshit?
Last lap.
It's ending in a safety car. I should have stayed out. That's my fault though. I thought we had enough. Safety car ending. Yeah, 1 lap off. That's unfortunate.
Hey, took a flag.
Well, could have 1-3, ended up second, fourth.
Alonso today.
I think we'll take that.
Everyone,
The car really did not deserve to get even close to the podium. But yeah, I did throw that one away. That's sad. That's unfortunate. Nah, that was my fault. Like, you guys give advice, but I'm the one that decides if it's good advice or bad advice, and I decided that was good advice and went with it. When I blame you guys, it's 99.9% a joke. That 1 out of 1,000 times I'm actually blaming someone, you'll know for sure. That's unfortunate, but still a good result. I've never seen that message though before. Lap cars will not be allowed to overtake. Usually it is. Lap cars will be allowed to overtake. Clearly Ferrari paid some monies under the table. Clearly, it's the only explanation. In this case, Vasseur printed out the diagrams. That's just funny though, to be fair. But yeah, we are... I'd say we're not really midfield car. Well, we're basically midfield car, if you consider low speed and then high speed. But to be fair, high speed is strong in Australia, so I guess we kind of ended where we should. Chat wanted my downfall. Yeah, but that's just funny when chat wants my downfall. Italian mafia. Edit 5 mil to disappear from Ferrari. How to improve low speed? Front wing. Front wing is going to be your best bet. How are we feeling? We're still enthusiastic. It's not over yet. Stop the slander? What do you mean? I have it on video, Jasper. Clearly the Ferrari team principal intervened there to deny the overtakes. But yeah, 2 weeks till Japan. 5th, 9th, 19th. Do we have any new bets for where we're going to end up in the overall ranking? We're currently 13th. Oh, this is going to be sad. Hello, Parker. How you doing? The Ferrari cartel? Yeah. In Japan, I'm starting from Melbourne. Let's see. I'm almost run through all my money too, which is a problem. Need to upgrade the tour center so I can study my downfall. Nah, my driver should have improved by now. Clearly rigged. If I remember correctly, Miami should be right here, so yeah, we're gonna have to cut down a little bit of training here. Okay. 4 days until pain day. We're gonna emergency manufacture a rear wing. And we're gonna rush the other one. Like so. I love that my sponsor still wants to be my sponsor, but to be fair, we haven't done too shabby. We've had a rough start, basically. But we're still within expectations. Okay. Suzuka is today. What were our odds? What are we thinking here for our car? 2019. If you can slander Ferrari, I will slander your team. Yeah, feel free, Jasper. That's just funny. That's just fun banter. I hope you don't take it personally. It's just in good jest. How's the AI currently doing in terms of performance and research updates? Well, in the base game, they're still inferior to the player. Like, you'll still dominate if you know what you're doing, but with this save setting I'm using, I'm having a hard time. Crashgate by Alonso? How's Rocky Alonso not improved? Yeah, exactly. We're cooked. It's better than Red Bull ERL. Slower than Alpine, it's happened. You think so? I call for a realistic mod that there's no reason more than 7 cars should finish. Voting just ahead of Alpine. Yikes. I see a lot of 19s. I only see 1 11th. 2 15s. We are the worst car on the grid. We're Formula Wee! Japan, the 4th race into the season, and the impossible difficulty has kind of caught us a little bit, but I do have the secret weapon of a front wing and a rear wing. And with that, we are still a midfield car. We're now a proper midfield car. Oh, this is so funny. Yeah, I would like that 2 Tycoon, honestly. But right now, I'm just making the most fun that I can of this. Have fun, Jesper. Hope you enjoyed. Impossible is actually impossible? Well, it's getting there. This is the 4th race of the season. The Red Bull #1 car is now the 19th on the overall ranking, which I think is a little bit unfair. But we're definitely a midfield car right now. Ferrari has over 100 points of low speed, 100 points of medium, 140-ish points of high speed. 1.5 kph, 93% tire preservation. Yeah, I have no business being anywhere close to this vehicle. McLaren. Same deal, basically. Not as much tire preservation, however. Very disappointing. No, wait, that us. Mercedes. Not as far ahead. Probably going to be one of the cars we might end up fighting. We're still ahead of the Alpine, the most important stand in the game. Think I'll do 3 more races then explode. Wouldn't surprise me. Williams is barely ahead of us in low speed. They have a top speed advantage. That's very slight. Still ahead of Haas. Our sister team is now the better team. Ahead of the Sauber. The Aston is slightly ahead. Yeah, we can still probably fight for some points, I would think. But I do believe by Miami, I will be completely outmatched. No chance by the time we get to Miami. But by starting, have fun, Cyberpup. Hope you enjoy.
Pleased you are from the Suzuka circuit in Japan. This unique track is a...
So we are comfortably 6th, basically, and we're getting rain. I don't like getting rain.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice. It's time for qualifying.
Rain on Sunday equals win for Verstappen? We can hope so. We can certainly hope so. That's literally a personality they need to add though, like Rain Magician. That would be funny. Okay, this is getting a little bit annoying. I guess this would actually be acceptable-ish, so let's just run that. I'm really not too miffed about getting the setups perfect. As long as we get them decent enough, I will be happy. And that does look decent enough. Let's see where we qualify, because we definitely out-qualified the car in Australia. Do we believe we can do it again? But yeah, the brick.tm is getting closer with each passing second.
Track is clear ahead. Push this lap.
We're officially F1.5, yeah. Worst part is, Alfred, I'm not putting any downgrades on. Yeah, the practice sessions are the same no matter how you do them. I feel Taekwondo, so I simulate them most of the time. You might need to do the sprint practice sessions now, however, just to get the setup right for the sprint. But other than that, I simulate everything. Okay, so the bet is, honestly, see if I can make a... I'm gonna make a vote.
Delta on. Delta on.
And the question is very easy. I probably should translate this so it's not Norwegian. Okay, question is very, very simple. Will there be points for both cars? Yes or no? I probably should have gone with, are we getting to Q3 before I did this, to be fair. One or both in Q3, P9, P8, potentially, yeah. I hope that we don't get lapped. Which are running tires and practice would improve the understanding of tire deg, yeah. But basically, the thing is, tire deg doesn't change between seasons, so it's always the same. So once you've done one practice, you've basically done them all, which is kind of unfortunate because practice is really important in real F1. So I would like it to put a little bit more effort into it, honestly. We're not going to be using any softs really for the race itself. Maybe one. I think we'll use a little bit of extra softs there to make sure that we get out of the quali. I think that is important. You mean if we're still allowed to go racing at all because 107 rule? Luckily that has not been implemented in this reality. A little bit of an improvement. What are you doing, Leclerc?
Not a bad lap that, Max.
Why are you down in 11th?
Okay, cool the tyres and we will box this side.
I think we're safe.
Okay.
We're gonna gamble on being safe here. Oh, Sainz is in danger. Sainz on an in-lap here. Squeezed between the Alpines. What a fate. I assume Sainz will go out again. Anything else would be unacceptable. I need Sainz sectors here to see if he's gonna make it out of quali or not. Okay, starts off with the purple. Never mind. He's safe. But I think we are safe too, to be fair. Looks like it. There's there's actually 5 cars that have finished below us. think you gave the Ferrari your parts, but paint them. Science is playing with fire. Can Gasly or Ocon cause an upset? Ocon would be the only option here. No, he could not. That's a bit unfortunate. Van Dorn was 100 away from knocking Sainz out of Q1. Clearly, there's no point in giving them good vehicles. Sainz got blocked by Charles? That would have been... yeah. Peak Ferrari. You know the law. We'll do the first run on used tires, and then we'll probably do 2 runs on fresh. Seems like having 2 goat drives offsets over half second per lap. They do, actually, basically, because they are, as you can see, basically 100 overall with the mentality boost and the
Delta on.
and the confidence boost. And driver stats are a lot of time, so yeah, they're definitely carrying me at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Why did I test the floof curse? Because you never learn. The tactics on development should still work fine. Aussie, if you want to follow a newer tactic of development, you can just do any of my 1 season challenge videos and just go through the development there. But even my older guys should still work. They'll just be slightly less efficient. Let's see if we can improve a little bit here. Besides leaving it for late again? Nah, he put it in P2 the second I even insinuated that he might be in trouble. Is Bottas gonna make it into Q3? Again? Tsunoda in 3rd, Piastri now in 3rd. We need an improvement from both of our boys, and it is happening. I'm actually looking at the wrong vehicle. Did Alonso lose a little bit of time there? Maybe. He's definitely losing a lot of time right here. Sabotage of the highest order.
That's P11. We're happy with that time.
No, we're not. Bird, you're lying. We're happy with Verstappen's lap time.
Yeah, okay.
But we're not happy with Alonso's. If Tsunoda blocks me again, well, Tsunoda should also be on a fast lap, so that shouldn't be a problem. Am I getting overtaken by a Haas on my outlap? Get out of the way, Haas. I might have started pushing slightly too soon. But we shall see. Go on, aim for Tsunoda. He actually has a decent time also, 6th place. Green sector 1. Green sector 2. Don't know how much we're up by though, which is an issue. And service says 5th. Now Verstappen is not in danger because Hamilton is in trouble. Is he gonna knock out Danny Rick here? Is that what we're gonna see? Poor Danny Rick. Rip Nando? Nando survived, Loof. Your curse. Backfired again. Think Ferrari didn't receive the memo? They're starting to get it, let's be honest. They did better in this quali session. But you can kind of see that they do have quite a gap to the rest here, although Alonso definitely benefited from the toe. Do I see more track development during qualifying game? Not really, honestly. If you get a red flag, everything gets reset and you'll have a hard time beating any time set before it, though. Hey, I recently purchased F1 Manager 24 and your videos really helped me a lot. Thanks for it. Appreciate it, Albuenchido, sorry. I'm happy they helped you. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Curses works as buffs. Floof's curses just backfires. He just hits himself. It's why the Alpine works so good in the rain. The Floof curse turned the car into a boat. Can't wait for this successful race where you will gain positions. Seems like fate is in that, though, that we're getting points for both cars. 6-4.
Currently P1.
Look at us, 1-2. For half a second.
P3 for now.
But we can take advantage of the confidence boost here. So I'm gonna call both of you in. And we're gonna have Alonso, who has the worst tires, be the pulley.
Okay.
Do you best on tyre warming? Don't destroy the tyres too quickly, Max.
Oh, we're gonna destroy these on the first run, don't worry.
Hands on lift the coast for now. Hands on lift the coast for now.
Understood.
Gonna sacrifice a little bit of Alonso here, but it's gonna be okay. You're definitely getting more toe than I wanted you to. Verstappen. Yeah, you definitely got way more toe than I intended for you. That backfired slightly. Does it pay off to keep driving during qualifying when driving in rain like real life? If you think about cleaning the track, no. But if the water level on track is going down, then yes, you can definitely benefit from like keep on going, trying more. The Alpine engine is only useful as a boat anchor. Damn. Okay, that is acceptable. Now, if we push fuel anymore, we might cause a red flag. Let's not do that, though. That would be boring. I will not tolerate any Alpine abuse after the weekend we had just had in Brazil. To be fair, you had your best weekend in Brazil. in a very, very long time, so I can understand that. Why do I put last fuel in the car in the race? Why I put less fuel in the car during a race? Basically, I tested it out, and running with less fuel on conserve over the course of a full race, you save time compared to running with, say, medium burn and the normal amount of fuel. Basically, it's just quicker. Oh no, there's a hole in my fuel tank, R2. What shall I do? I don't know where this hole in the fuel tank came from. Yeah, that's not great qualifying, all things considered. It's close, though. With the exception of Stroll, who's... Why is it always you, Stroll? I love that I say, it's close, though. Stroll is second behind. The rest, 4/10. Considering where the car is, this is definitely better than we expect. And Tsunoda gets a chance to shine at home. We'll take it.
It won't be long before
That is also an added benefit. You're not wrong, Takandaro. Okay. Rain starts between lap 21 and 26. Okay, let's say rain arrives lap 25. And we'll use that as a baseline to make the strategy. I know that it says that it's not gonna arrive until a little later. Wait, where's my... I need to enter that one. Yeah, lap 25-ish is when it's expected, but definitely... When it says lap 21, it means that my weather center is probably a little bit off here. So somewhere between these... It's actually when it's going to arrive. We need to survive till 25, though, to be on the safe side. Can I do this? No. What's the answer to that? Running a medium is probably the best bet here. Honestly, just running on standard. I can also run it light if we keep it within temperature and then be a little bit more aggressive towards the end, which I'm a big fan of. But I think this race is actually going to expose some of our weaknesses. Rain races generally do expose my weaknesses pretty well. This might be one where we actually meet some pain. Okay, I think we're ready. Ready to suffer. Max DNF because he can't turn 53 laps. Medium is indeed the safe option, yeah. Floof being extremely positive in the hopes of reversing his curse. The fact that you're using reverse psychology on your own curse is insane.
Away we go.
Okay.
Decent stuff for one of our drivers, at least. Let's see, I probably should consider switching the engines right now. They're hitting 50%. So we're definitely switching them out in China. Okay, I see soft runners. They might be forced to pit a couple laps earlier than they'd like, which would honestly be beautiful. Please, Hamilton. Get out of the way. We're coming for you. Honestly, this must be what, you know, if Hamilton had nightmares, that's probably what it looks like. Verstappen and Alonso side by side coming for him. Hello, Brute Trucker. Nice to see you. Pain for game, in this case, pain to more pain. To be fair, the only reason why Alpine got a double podium in Brazil is because Floof's internet cut out and he couldn't watch it live. I said it. It's the truth. It is my truth. I'm gonna live by it. We do need to slow down a little bit of usage of the energy variety. Let's see. Gaps are definitely forming. Why is Leclerc behind me? That's scary. He should kind of just, you know, swoop by here. Do not let the Stroll past. We can accept the Ferraris, we can accept the McLarens. We will not accept the Stroll. This should be the real drive studio at Red Bull. I think it would be funny to see if they do pick up Colapinto next year. If they're gonna destroy another rookie. The Red Bull, that is. We will never see Leclerc again until he hits the wall. The thing is now, you can definitely see that we have reached the midfield stage because Stroll is overtaking us. Stroll! But we're also running undercooled there, and I feel like it's definitely more punishing to run undercooled in Japan than anywhere else. So we'll tune it up to standard. And even that might not be enough here. Yikes. This is one yikes moment. We're barely holding on to 10th here. Like, we're holding up all the back markers. Look at this. The gap to Russell is bigger than the gap to last place. Basically. The majority is on mediums. There are 6 cars on softs. But degradation-wise, they're following kind of the same pattern. We're the only outlier right now. Which means we could come back later on. Potentially. But there's no guarantees. Luckily, our confidence is still okay. So, I'm not too concerned yet. I probably will be at the end of this race, though. Any news on the rain? Is it moving closer? It is, in fact. So we could get rain lap 21. Which means once we get to 16, 17, we check again and then push. But yeah, this is definitely not what we expected. And this is basically just how insane the impossible settings actually are. Q3 to last challenge? No, don't curse me like that. Push a bit more in about 4 laps? Yeah. They're destroying Lawson already? What's happening to Lawson? Don't worry, I'm sure you will turn this around into a favorable result. It's also Antonelli. I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do. Oh, Floof, please. What have I done to deserve this cruel and unusual punishment? That's the wrong screen. Yeah, it's gonna be lap 20, 21-ish. 5% per lap, 8 laps. Let's go. It's a little early, but we'll take the risk. Maybe go aggressive a couple laps first. I would love to close down Stroll and Russell again. That would be a good start. I think if we're lucky, we can get 5th and 6th. I think it's more realistic to go for 7th and 8th. We are catching Stroll. Russell is going to be a different A different koi of fish. Kettle of fish. I think we do 1 or maybe 2 more laps like this. Just want to make sure that we don't burn them too soon. In case the rain takes a little while to build up. Move time for me watching Dark Fate. Have fun, fold the meat. Could go balanced on fuel burn, you're not wrong. The rain's gonna
Low fuel now.
solve that issue.
Copy.
Next race, we're not seeing points again. We've been saying that for a while, though. I should rename Red Bull Alpine and rename Alpine to Red Bull, so as I descend, the grid flukes can still get his normal Alpine experience. Damn. I think it's fine right now because, as I mentioned, as long as they have very high OP confidence, I don't generally see many, if any, incidents, so I'm just keeping it like this. When Dawn has once again been the source of an incident.
Now we can see what happened. Here we've got the Aston Martin. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier. And that won't do the car any good at all.
He did in fact smack dab into that barrier. We are gaining on Stroll, we're gaining on Russell, but that's really about it. We need to gain it on Hamilton and Tsunoda. So 5 minutes until rain. Basically 3 laps. Full attack is somewhat viable, but risky. So I think we'll go full attack on the car that is ahead. And then we'll pit him on the first chance. I think that's going to be the bet. I will double down on my positivity. Flip's getting violated, is that right? True.
In terms of weather
That is the Alpine experience though, Alfred.
light rain expected in 6-7 minutes max.
Light rain expected in 3 minutes, more like it. Ah, Alonso, I need you to just get past the Merc. Okay, so you wait until the end of the straight so you can do them in the corner. That's a world-class move. That's how you show him who's boss. You wait until the end of the straight and get him in the corner instead. That's a little rude right there, my man. But I respect it. Dawn back in F1 is really unrealistic, considering all the other drivers. I'm pretty sure it's because he was an Aston Martin affiliate in the game.
Raining.
Yeah, copy.
Things are looking rough right now. I believe in you. Oh. Let's see. How quickly is the rain actually going up? Going up quick enough that we should pit 1 car. Maybe both even. By the time Verstappen reaches the pits, it'll be about 60. By the time he gets out, it'll be about 70, maybe 80. Well, a double stack would be really, really bad if we get in a problem. I think what we do is we gamble hard on Verstappen undercutting either Hamilton or Tsunoda by going one more lap. Nah, it's not gonna work. The water's going up too quick for that. Okay, let's set up both for going to the pit here. And if Tsunoda or Hamilton doesn't pit, we stay out one more lap. I think that's going to be the best bet here. We're also going to have to probably run these inters on light for a little while, which is going to suck, but it's just how things are. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works. Try from waiting and double stacking, yeah. But I should create a gap. We do have a 2.5 second gap, so box to cooking. Oh man, Alpine are doing so bad. How could this get any worse? Yeah. But Alonso recharge the battery, creates a gap as well. Yeah, but it's a little bit too late, really. But we can try it. I want to see what, again, Tsunoda and Hamilton do here. Both of them are pitting. I could gamble here on sending Verstappen around again. I don't think that necessarily is a bad bet. So we are going to do that. It should still be safe to stroll. It's the thing. And this avoids any problems with double stacking. So we're sending Verstappen out around again. Virtual safety car.
VSC deployed, dash positive.
Of course.
Dash positive.
Van Dorn.
Okay, here we are then, reaching turn 13. Oh, that'll be a costly crash as the car makes contact with the wall.
I don't think Sargent has crashed yet. Van Dorn has taken his job. Full-time 1-1 has to save. We're having fun. I'll also got a clean stop here. Came out in 8. Norris and Leclerc can pit safely. We'll just have to hope that this virtual safety car lasts long enough that
4.8.
Verstappen can also take advantage.
Gap behind 0.5.
Because if not, it's going to be very, very sad. Only Hulkenberg has yet to pit alongside Verstappen. I was sure that this message was virtual safety car over as Verstappen entered the pits. It would have been peak. It would have been peak, just peak. I'm a genius. I told you to stay out. Don't worry, Nero. I'm sure you'll make the right decision. Of course I do.
No updates as of yet. But there's a lot of dead.
Are we beating them out as well? The undercut.
So currently P5.
We undercut Tsunoda. That's actually insane. That's actually insane that that worked out. Stuff was out of F1 for a reason.
30 laps.
Is it better or cheaper to put Porsche in the seat?
Just keep up the time management for the moment.
Cars in virtual safety car and under safety car auto harvesting. We're not manual setting it so. I don't think they're really auto harvesting. It's more like they're not using energy to Condero. Particularly in the virtual safety car, you can lose a lot of time if you harvest. Because you might go slower than the Delta wants you to. And that's a bit of an issue. Okay, temperature is going to be a concern here.
BSC ending.
Probably need 65 degrees-ish. Honestly, it's fine if we get overtaken, but I want to consult the archives because I have a feeling that going full send might be worth it. Service says no. Just running standard should do the trick then, okay. Oh. This is supposedly 6 seconds quicker. Do we go full send? Do we do the funny again? The only concern by doing that would be if we overheat, we'll be in trouble and have to run aggressive. We cook them? To split strategy? We could. To be fair here, I think Alonso would keep as he is. He's kind of nicely situated here. He has a gap up front. He has a gap to Stroll. Verstappen has the best gapper to just go full send and go for it. So let's just do that. Let's just split it with Verstappen. We have Alonso kind of as a bit of a safety net. Let's see what we can do here then. Oh. Bye-bye, Noda. Bye-bye. I'm just happy you didn't take me with you.
Tire temps.
Tyre temps still on the cool side.
Tire temps, it might actually be also an issue that needs dealing with. I think I'm going to deploy it with Alonso just to make sure that he stays ahead of the Stroll. Use about 50% of his battery. Stroll's quick, and that's an issue. Yeah, even running full attack here, Verstappen is getting overtaken by Hamilton. That's a yikes moment. The fact that we can't get heat into tires running normal is also a bit of a yikes moment. Because this will definitely bring us over the edge. You can't really run attack in the wet behind another car. That's going to just destroy your tires immediately. We can still bank out, but we need to do it now. So I'll give Verstappen until the end of the straight here. Get the overtake done, or we probably going to have to back out a little bit. Nope, we are going for it. He's made his decision. We're going full send. Putting Hamilton on the grass too to make things a little bit more funny. Don't think the funny will work this time? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we get a red podium. Norris is in the lead. We have Ferrari on Ferrari. It's wet. It's Suzuka. A lot of stuff can still happen. So I think it's worth giving it a go. But yeah, Hamilton is definitely not giving up. Hulkenberg with a bit of a spin, okay. I think you might be right, unfortunately. Probably should have put Verstappen on always defend. I think that would have upped our chance a little bit. So I think what we're going to have to do is try and manage a little bit here. Try and get something to happen. In this case, we're just going to recharge and run aggressive. That should allow for some cooling of the tires. And then we can make a decision from there. Stroll has also gotten past Alonso, which is just annoying more than anything else. But that is what happens when we actually get a midfield car. Why are you getting good luck after I've been this positive? Because it's fake positivity, Floof. Not enough constant water. It's 2 millimeters. It should be okay. It's going to stay like this with a little bit more at times. I think it'll be just about fine if we have clean air to push in. And right now we're kind of struggling with the clean air part. Another virtual safety car. The other suspect.
Struggle.
But
Eyes on the delta.
that was savage.
Copy.
Here's the replay. Now this is Logan Sargent.
Oh.
And that's the moment the car plows into the wall.
Look, that Sergeant has crashed and Bro's like, we think Sergeant is about to struggle. Pit now? It's way too early to pit. We still have 80+% of the tires left. The thing is, even if we pit, it's a virtual safety car. You just save 3 seconds. That's not worth it. If we pit max 20 seconds, we'd come out behind Russell. There's no real point in pitting here. If anything, it would be better to abandon this strategy and run these on light. That would actually have a better odds of finishing a good position. We can even still do that now and just run standard. And it's probably going to save us more time than pitting. So, if we want to... Excuse me. If we want to abandon the funny strategy, it requires us to just run light. But I don't want to do that. I want to try it. Because even if we fail here, we're most likely going to fight Russell for 10th anyways. Tsunoda is going to be catching up to us. Stroll could also do the same. Both of them have quicker cars, remember? So, I don't think there's anything really to be gained or lost really by switching strategies at this point. We're still just going to go full send. And see if maybe we can turn something to our advantage. Okay, are we getting a virtual safety car ending at a good spot here? Middle of a corner is basically the best place you can get it. So we will take that. Not really close enough here to... Excuse me, I think I got some sneezing stuff from Floof. It suddenly came over me. Give me a sec. Ah. Yeah, I think our best bet here is trying to just clear Hamilton. Gonna work from there. Russell does have a little bit of damage. Rick could cause a safety car at any point if his stuff explodes. We can actually check if it is viable. It's engine, so if that goes bang bang, that's the safety car potentially. So we still have options running around the track for making this more exciting. Which sounds weird when I call it options, but it literally is what it is. There is little to gain with this strategy. I don't disagree, Atu. But the idea is that hopefully we'll be able to make something happen with a better tire towards the end. Because right now, everyone is quicker than us. But the AI likes to... The AI will definitely run these tires till the end, most likely. So, I'm gambling on being able to catch up to them after I've pitted. I'm going to try and basically hold Tsunoda up. I'm going to try and hold Hamilton up if we get the overtake done. And that's basically what's happening. It's happening because I can't get away from them. Like, Tsunoda is a second behind us. We should be able to get the overtake here on Hamilton. But the question is then, can we actually stay ahead? And that's going to be a bit of a bigger issue, I think. So we got the overtake done, which should fix any heat issues that we have with the tires. And then we just run these into the ground, and then we take it from there. That's going to be the play. Alonso might also get Stroll if this continues. So we're not out of it yet. We're not in the best position, but 8th and potentially a better position is still on the table. Russell has found a wall. This is actually one that I want to take advantage of. Alonso, no point really. He still has a lot of tire left. Anything we do with Alonso is basically just ensuring that we can't do anything with the 3 ahead of him. It would basically be securing 9th. If we pit Alonso here, it would be in the hopes that we get a safety car immediately after. I do think we pit Verstappen, yeah, so then we'll run the tires a little bit slower. Yeah, I think we are getting another virtual safety car or something. But I think we can pit Verstappen, manage the tires somewhat. He will come out basically behind Stroll, Tsunoda, and Hamilton. But I think we'll catch Stroll by the end at least. Hamilton, Tsunoda, it's probably still too early to pit is the thing, to catch them. We needed 5 more laps for that. A little bit undecided here, not gonna lie. That puts Bottas into 10th. Well, Albon could do something here. The only reason why I'm thinking of pitting Alonso is because that would allow him to... But yeah, there's no real point. It is as you say. And again, we only saved 3 seconds.
BSC deployed.
It's not a full safety car. Honestly, I think we stay out. I think we would lose out by pitting Verstappen too soon. It is 3 seconds, you're not wrong. But I think it would just... I just think it wouldn't be worth it for these 3 seconds here. Basically, I think I can if I pit in 5 laps time, as I said.
Okay.
Gain more than 3 seconds by just having a lot more fresher tires. By getting more out of these. This is the first season, but it's impossible settings, so we're now a midfield team. Appreciate that, Floof, thanks. But yeah, Red Bull has fallen off, one could say. Yeah, we're gonna push until 15 or so laps remaining, maybe a little bit less. But honestly, if this keeps up, Verstappen could make something fun happen. Still. Get a little bit aggressive here just to heat up those tires a little bit more. But yeah, we're not going to be able to hold off Hamilton here. It's not going to happen. Hamilton is just that much quicker than us. So it's basically just building a gap. When we pit, we're going to be behind Alonso. We can use team orders to get by him, and then we try and get both cars by Stroll. That's going to have to be how we do it. The other thing that I could do is try and basically slow down Hamilton enough that he ends up being pushed backwards here into Alonso, although that too is kind of unrealistic. Hello Ignacio, how you doing? Give praise to the man who made the editor. He's here in chat. Basically, we are just in Japan, the 4th race of the season. We are now a midfield team, so I think I can survive probably till half-season points, depending on how the board feels. We'll see, though. I'm probably going to start doing a little bit of simming here. It is getting late in the evening, and I do need to get myself some food, so we'll see. I am using the editor that... Ignacio Ureta made for the settings. Okay, we had another crash. Magnussen has found the...
There might be debris around here.
something? Ah, yes. The wall here is made out of wool. What is this angle? Okay, so he's been eaten by the wall. And who did it crash with? Rick? Yeah. This smells safety car. This really does smell safety car. It is a safety car. Okay. Pit crew. I need a flawless performance from you all now.
And yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there?
I will be pitting both. Did I just see an Alpine also being part of that? I looked away for a second. Yes, it is safety car. We are pitting both of them for new tires.
Recharge on. Keep the dash positive. Dash
Hopefully we can get out ahead of Hamilton here with Verstappen.
nice and positive on the brakes.
Alonso has a huge gap down to Bottas. He should be fine. Maybe we get another Verstappen podium.
It's a fairly heavy accident.
There's a lot of debris in the start-finish range.
Danny Rick has been found guilty of causing the crime. Alpine supremacy lives on. I'm pretty sure I have put, yeah, both of them are pitting. But thank you for giving me a heads up. Both of them are set to pit. Both of them are set to go and get a new enter. So it has been already set up, Remco. Okay, I need a perfect stop right now.
I'm in.
Just look out at pit lane entry, Max. Could be slippery.
Yeah.
I swear, if Tsunoda blocks me from exiting, I'm going to be sad. That looks slightly delayed. But we are out ahead of Hamilton. That's all that matters. We're out ahead of Tsunoda. That's all that matters. Clean stops. What about Stroll? Yeah, he also had a clean one. Tsunoda had a clean one. We are retaining.
So currently P5. Piastri ahead.
Okay. Alonso, are you... Sorry, not Alonso. Bottas, are you going to have a clean stop here?
Car behind.
Are the Sauber's going to score before the Alpines do? Clean one from Bottas. This could get spicy then. Lap cars may now overtake.
Can you check the temperature?
I think we'll just go full attack till the end, lads.
Just be a limit.
Okay, Max, you are free to start to reduce your lift off.
Okay.
Hello, Sad.
Tire temps stabilized or not yet?
Tire temps have dropped.
Clearly, the safety car needs to go faster. We need to lodge a complaint. Settings are ready. It's actually kind of fun. Honestly, really fun. Did Ocon stay out? No, everyone got into fresh tires, don't worry.
Car ahead is Piastri. Okay, so car behind is Hamilton. 13 laps remaining. yourself some straight line braking, please.
Ah, there was one more lap. My bad. Wait, is it getting dry to us yet? No.
In this lap. You know the drill.
Copy.
Do I think Rick for Lawson was a good choice?
Ready, man.
Honestly, I think Rick had his opportunity, but they just couldn't see the potential, which makes sense. So, what I might have liked to see more would be Tsunoda promoted and Lawson tested against Rick. We are going maximum attack. There's no brakes on this train anymore. Max always, in my say, finishes last with wins. That sounds like a bug. I haven't run into that one myself.
Tyres okay for the moment.
Okay.
Okay, so no immediate overtakes, but we are keeping up with Piastri here. Hulkenberg with a wide run in turn 1. The question here is now, can we snatch another podium that we, in this case, do not deserve? Definitely lining up Piastri, let's be honest here. Oh, that's one. Are we getting the Ferrari 2-for-1 sale? No, we didn't even get one. We backed out. At least Alonso got Stroll. Let's take a look at that.
Let's go.
We're running out of energy, so it's very soon going to have to back off and recharge. Also cool down the tires a little bit, and I think we're just going to do that now, honestly. So basically what this means is that we
7.
go aggressive and we go recharge.
Come on, mate.
10 laps to go. We're going to have a couple more attempts then to launch attacks. But we kind of have to do this at this point because you need energy really to pass in the rain. And immediately we are in danger. For Verstappen, it's back to always defend. Honestly, we're going to do the same for Alonso. Just hold on as best as we can. To be fair, Alonso does have fresh air ahead of him, so we can put him back to attack. And we can do the same now with Verstappen. Already 4 seconds up to Piastri, so... yeah, no way we're fighting McLarens or Ferraris anymore. Just, it's not happening. Welcome back, Jasper. It's that surely that both can sail to points? Yeah. I wanted the double stem from Verstappen. It would have been amazing, but it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. Also, it's back in the discussion, but again, temps are an issue. We don't really want to go over 105 like that. We might see Bottas get more than 1 point here. I know, Alonso, I know. We're trying to cool them down. I'm doing what I can to help you out here. It isn't much. Bottas up in 9th. The prophecy as foretold. Yeah, let's go back to neutral. I want to try and see if I can get Alonso up into 6th here. That would probably be the best thing that we could hope for. Unless, of course, the Ferrari and McLaren decide to take each other out. It is wet. It could happen. Let's go back to full attack. We haven't really cooled the tires down as much as I'd like. But we cooled them down enough. And we are running out of laps to do this full send. Yeah, you can do that, Michael. It's been in the game for a while. It's less powerful in this year's game, though, than it was in last year's. Okay. 1. Ha ha ha. No, I got denied. Okay, that's bad. Focus a little bit too much on one. The other one got overtaken. Are we gonna do a double squeeze here? Okay, Verstappen, you are gonna hang back a little bit. If I deployed with Verstappen, I think he would have been fine, but I didn't, and that's an issue. I think we can still fix this, but temps are an issue, but at this point it's just full send till the end. There's nothing else to do. Oh, Alonso. Hello. Okay, time to introduce Verstappen to the fun house. See if we can have Verstappen cause enough pain for Hamilton so that Alonso gets away. Okay, now we turn that down to neutral. For Verstappen, we turn that down to medium. We still keep him on always defend. 5th and 6th, I'd say this is an acceptable result, all things considered. It's lucky with the safety car. Let's see if we can keep this going till the end, though. Honestly, Michael, it's a single-player game, so just play it the way you find to be fun. Like, if you want to mod the game in a way that gives you or, you know, someone else huge advantages, feel free. Do whatever you think is fun. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark this stream, and I've been here for all of it. I appreciate that, Floof. Thank you for staying here with me. My end, the stream is a bit choppy. My internet did cut out there for a little bit, you're not wrong. Or lagged a little bit. What kind of tips are you looking for, F1 boy? I think we are getting away. The question is just, do I want to mess with my drivers? I think we'll just let them sail as they are. Let's be honest, if Verstappen is ahead at the end of the straight, I don't think Hamilton is getting him.
Last lap.
I think we are safe. Oh, Bottas versus Williams versus Alpine. Floof gets his wish. Albon takes potentially the last point here. Ocon was also in for it, though. Not over yet. Honestly, none of these fights are over yet. Bottas is lacking a little bit of speed there to get that done. Looks like we might be safe. Can Bottas send it into the final corner?
Charles Leclerc is today's winner.
No DRS. No DRS.
No.
Yeah, okay.
We end up 5th and 6th. Tsunoda comes 7th, Hamilton 8th. Stroll gets some points. Albon steals the last one. Ocon somehow falls down to 13th behind a very, very damaged Hulkenberg.
Thank you for everything in that race. Leave it P1. Jump.
That is a bit unfortunate. I'd say that's a good result though, considering what the car looked like.
Well, that really was a stunning performance from the Red Bull driver today.
That really was such a strong performance. And they come away from today with a top 10 finish. Amazing.
To get better enjoyment? Are you looking for more challenge? Are you looking for chill experience, F1 boy? What are you looking for in terms of enjoyment?
Hard to see this moment.
How can I get the editor mod for the Xbox?
Charles Leclerc.
Unfortunately, the editor is PC only. Can't really edit anything Xbox saves. Does anyone know what slides suggest to every department designing? I do have a couple of guides on my channel, Grayo, that go through that. I think Akovic was mentioned a bit too much. Yeah, I think so too, Jasper. I'll keep an eye out next time. You got beef with Bottas? But yeah, the editor is basically just PC only, unfortunately. No DRS, really? Yeah, it's rain. If it's over a millimeter, no DRS. I'm pretty sure, Grayo, someone already did that and put it on Reddit. So if you search up like narrowback sliders on Reddit, you'll probably find a Reddit thread of that. But yeah, 5th and 6th, not too shabby. Like, we're still 2nd in the World Championship. I think the board would still be okay with me. Maybe, we'll see. But basically, I've run out of tricks now. I have no counter to what's going to happen in China. And if we are the... yeah, I have no counter to what happens in China. This was our car. And we pulled it into 5th and 6th. Look at this monstrosity. Why does my affiliate never join F3? I tried everything on it and she just remains out. That's one of my pet peeves too, Kim. Basically, there's no way to get your drivers into F3 or F2. The teams need to pick them. So even if you have an affiliate, if they never get picked for F2 or F3, they're just wasted like that. There's nothing you really can do to make it happen, unfortunately. When I design a part, V2, do I need to make it before designing V3? No, the gains from V2 will be applied to V3. You do not need to manufacture anything before you design the next one. Can Haas cook this save? What is the standings right now? Like the full standings. Well, I love that the Haas and like we have fans of Alpine and Haas in the chat, and they are not cooking, not even slightly. Unfortunately. Sargent is last, then Show, then the two Alpines. Hulkenberg 14. We actually have Stoffel in between them. And yeah, this is what I told you why you would never gain, be able to catch up to the AI teams. So this is season 2024, but we're getting a big regulation change. And this is part of the impossible difficulty. You have one of the major regulation changes every single year. So as you can imagine, you can't catch up to the AI no matter what you do, which is kind of funny because we've already fallen behind. And once we get to China, it's probably going to be very, 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 very sad looking, I think. What did I say about the standings? Ferrari podcast. It's not slander if it's factual, Jesper. Okay, even if I make one of these, I'm just gonna rush one of these to show you, but basically I think we've reached the end of the line. We're still gonna start some designs here just to have something going. But we have basically reached the end of the line. We have no more cards to play. And even if I do make new designs like these, they're not gonna be strong enough to really make any sort of difference. And you'll see what I mean in just a second once we actually get to the race weekend, because I think Floof is going to get his wish this time around, and he's going to be seeing that Alpine has in fact overtaken us. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what that's going to look like. And I think I'm probably going to simulate the next few races here, because like, as I said, it is getting late. I need to get some food, get some things sorted before tomorrow. Need to actually finish editing today's video. I didn't get that done. So there's a couple of things I'd like to get sorted tonight too. But it has been really, really fun. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you for all your likes. Appreciate that. Who's my favorite driver right now? I want to see how Piastri does next year, so he's probably my favorite. Yes, but I think I'm gonna simulate set until I get fired at this point, because we are getting at the point where even that's a fail. Yeah, let's see, 19th of April. Is that today? Yes, I'm just gonna reload this, because it should take me out of the weekend hopefully, so we can compare the car. There we are, the day before China. And the day when we basically have no chance anymore to catch up in anything. We are still 15th in DRS, but we're 19th in everything else. And I just want to simulate to see just how far Verstappen and Fernando is going to end up falling. I think that would be a fun little last hour testing, honestly. That isn't true when it comes to subjective opinions, and it's still slander. Well, this is in a game, Jasper, so within the context of the game, it's funny. More so than anything else. Has 1-2 incoming. Okay, so we can take a quick look here now at the cars, and let us start with Haas. We're outperformed by the Haas. Are we outperformed by the Alpine? Yes, the Alpine has now outperformed us. The fated day has come where the Alpine should be a lot quicker than us. And honestly, I'm just gonna give me a second here, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go digging and find my save file. I'm gonna pop it into the database editor, and I'm gonna give you a performance chart where you can kind of see just how the AI has developed over these first 4 races, because this is the 5th race of the season. So if we do a little bit of this, this looks so funny. Okay, I think it's this one. No, that's the wrong one, but honestly, that's the wrong one, but it'll be fine. You'll see a little bit better on stream. So this is the development of every single team. Do you see something funny here in terms of the expertise levels that everyone is at? So with our development, we've been able to push Red Bull close to 70% here. We're at 68.26. This is basically where we will stagnate, and over the course of the season, we might be able to push this up to 72, maybe 73. McLaren and Ferrari, as well as Mercedes, are already at 87 and above. They're getting close to the cap. So as you can imagine, this would be basically impossible from here on out. Points would still be possible if I manage, but it would be a lot more micromanagement, to the point where I probably would have to spend even more time per race than I have so far. But do you know what? I'm gonna save it here, and we might revisit this. I might revisit it as a video. I might revisit it in a future stream, and we can try and micromanage ourselves to points in China. But I think we are going to try and simulate a couple of races here now, just to see how destroyed the team is going to be. And maybe we'll get some points for Alpine too if we're lucky. But yeah, basically it takes, as you can see, 5th race with Red Bull in Season 1, impossible settings. Yeah, this is the first season. It's impossible settings, basically in the editor. And even with impossible settings, we are getting destroyed. So, yeah, you can try this. It's actually kind of challenging and fun. But I've been developing the car as well as I could, Taekwondo. I've been forced to develop to rush projects, but that doesn't really have a huge effect here. Basically, I'm losing out on a 0.5% expertise, basically. So development has been pretty optimized. But the thing is, if I didn't speed up those initial projects, I would not have scored points in Australia. I would not have scored points in Japan. Let's just put it like that. So it's basically something that was forced upon me. But yeah, we're going to simulate just a little bit here to see where we end up and how soon we get fired. So sprint. Look at that, Max Verstappen scored points. How on earth did he pull that off? Okay, maybe we won't get fired. Maybe I have to simulate the entire season, which would be funny because there is a development cap of 100%. When Dawn crashed again? Of course he did. I'm also falling behind on parts right now because I haven't been manufacturing as much as I should. Probably should change this also to help my drivers out a little bit, but 9th and 17th is where we're starting. It's funny how Alonso went to Red Bull and immediately got a GP2 car. That is how it works, yes.
Now, didn't Fernando Alonso look really great out there today?
What do we think this is? It's points. Alonso got points. I see a singular point for the Alpine. Verstappen 18. I assume he has some engine damage. I really should change out the engine before this. But somehow the simulation is still dragging our cars to points. P11 floof. Let's go. I'll come back, David. But yeah, we're basically gonna manage the team a little bit here now. Just simulate through some of this and see exactly when I get fired. Because as I mentioned here, we should be getting fired within really a short amount of time, which sounds silly, but it's true. And I'm gonna develop the car optimally for this season as if there isn't a regulation change. But yeah, Verstappen's car did have a powertrain failure, kind of what I expected. It is in fact the engine, so that caused also a little bit of problem for him. We do need new parts here, which we should be getting, so that's not a problem either. Yeah, I'm gonna be simulating a little bit more now, Skitty, because we're also gonna have another look at just where we end up in terms of stats here, because look at this. Look at the gaps that are starting to form. Well, how's the board actually feeling about me right now? We're still medium confidence. They're disappointed in a couple last results, but they're still happy. Honestly doing better than expected, Ego. I'd say. Still want me to play the final race? We'll see how far we actually get here. That seems to still be bugged, yeah, the first day of the month. Giving proper practice. Thing is, we can still hold on because of our drivers. But I think they too now are going to start taking hits to the mentality. And that's going to start becoming a bit of a problem. I did forget to snatch a new race engineer, but I think at this point it doesn't really matter much. Did I not make the car parts in time? Clearly I did not. Oh no, I did. Never mind. It's just a new design. I did make them in time. It's just me misremembering. Okay, let's get another side pod manufactured. We should have the new front wings. Did you skip the C2 somehow? Interesting. But yeah, Miami. Let's take some bets and see where we end up, shall we? Should have put cooling as high as possible? It is as high as possible as I can get. Okay, let's just get a new engine in the car. We are going to do the same for you, just to get a little bit extra oomph in this sprint race. 17th and 16th, 12th, 16th, 17th, 16th. You guys have no faith in the AI, do you? A rainy sprint. Let's see who got closest in the sprint race first. Okay, 11th and 12th. Gasly ahead, but still pointless. Bottas scored a point in the sprint. Okay, let's see here what we can do. I'm just going to be lazy and do something that I think looks okay. Just try and get a little bit of better setup here, see if that maybe helps. Okay. That should be a movie title. Would this be closer if the AI teams had oval drivers? Probably would be. I can take a copy of the save in Japan. And I can set up some scenarios that I can mess with maybe next stream. I don't know when that would be. I don't know when I will have this much free time again.
A great drive today from
Honestly, I'm doing this setups here, Skitty, with the purpose of just annoying people. Yes, Bottas scored a 7th place. Albon a 5th. There's a Stroll in the points. Honestly, this game hates Alpine and it hates Haas. Even the buffs here are backfiring. How's the AI this much better than me? Again, just AI buffs from development. Okay, that should be good enough for the rear wings. Need to start making chassis, that's the issue. Not slander Ferrari battle teams. Why they're happy? Honestly, we can go over why they're happy. The only thing they're unhappy about is the car. They're very happy about the qualifying results. They're unhappy with well, he's unhappy with the contract bonus, but generally he's happy with everything but the car performance, basically. So if we end up in a bad position here, I can just go upgrade. Now you're happy again, that sort of thing. Which again means it's just why I feel like mentality is just such a wasted and really a useless system, unfortunately. The AI teams are destroying me because of karma. Well, I do have the Karma King on my team, so I guess it would make sense. But yeah, I think I might not actually manage to get fired today, which would be funny. Need to replace the gearbox, that's fine. Okay, the wind tunnel has been sorted, which means I can, after the race weekend, get started on the rear wing design. Okay. Okay, let us go to the race itself. Once again, worst car on the grid. Let's see what we can do.
Welcome along to Italy, and welcome along to Imola.
Okay, I think we just simulate here to the race itself, and then we switch gearboxes. Did not expect this much of a drop. Well, just wait until we do like Monaco. Then I'll load up the save again, and we can take a look at the development and see just how different it actually is, our team compared to the rest. Okay, I do not want to manage that race. That sounds like a one-trip ticket to hell. It is because in every save you ever do, you crush right power teams with the Cardinal Sin of F1. Oh no, no points for us. 1 point for the Alpine. Did we crash? No. I think we've actually reached a point now where we can't compete anymore. So I'm gonna simulate Monaco as well. And then we'll take a look at the cars again, because that is the worst result so far. I think that's the first weekend we haven't actually gotten any points. Let's see, Monte Carlo is in 4 days. Am I getting that chassis until then? Yeah, I do get it in time. Good. Question is now, do both need a chassis? Just one? So one of the also negatives here is that I'm not actually getting a huge boost from doing this because Red Bull has so little CFD time to begin with. Okay, we should be getting another chassis tomorrow, so it's not actually a problem. There it is. Am I making the wrong chassis? Never mind, it's still an upgrade, but still. I would prefer the one that they're already used to than one that just is a very, very slight upgrade, personally. But we'll take what we have. Okay. I am just going to give up designing any more pieces right now to kind of save time. We're going to simulate Monaco, and then I'm going to have a look here and see, because I think most teams are closing in on that maximum level, if you will.
Welcome along to one of the biggest weekends.
Did my stream perish slightly? Perhaps a little bit. Streaming's fine, thank you. Just got a warning that my internet was not happy. 19 and 20th here. We might have our first 1-2 in the back. Although it would be it would be kind of interesting to just quickly play this one to see where we end up. Bottas with a podium in the Sauber. That's what we like to see. Alpine scores 4 points here. Size DNF'd. But yeah, we did do our basically back then. Let's just put it like that. Now I'm curious because I'm gonna go ahead and nab the autosave similar to what I did earlier. And we'll take a quick look and see exactly what's going on here. Taekwondo, this impossible mode isn't something Frontier has implemented. This is something that a independent editor made. It has nothing to do with the developers of the game. Basically, a guy that made an editor that allows you to change a lot of things in the game to make your save files a lot better, tried to make his own difficulties, and currently they're a little bit overtuned. Like, impossible is supposed to be impossible, but this was even more impossible than he expected, so we can assume that these are going to be somewhat revamped, let's just say, in the future. Okay. Yes. Yes, this looks fair. This is how it looks after Monaco. The ceiling has been reached. And you can kind of see that Japan, it was fine. We could still kind of compete with everything that wasn't Ferrari and McLaren. But after that, no more. Game over. No chance. You want this to put on your wall, Floof? The Alpine climb? Alpine is actually the 5th best team right now. So I'll simulate a few more. I just want to see if we can actually get ourselves fired here. At least our affiliates are liking what's happening. How is actually the board feeling about my leadership? We're low right now. They haven't lost confidence just yet. I might actually survive maybe the first... How did you have this many parts fail at once? Okay, let's make some front wings. Canada. That's going to be painful. This may be controversial, but I think the AI is slightly overpowered. Yeah. That's kind of the whole point, though, with an impossible challenge, to try and make them overpowered. And this definitely makes them overpowered. Okay, let's get rid of one of them. That one. And I don't know why I'm still managing my pit crew. Maybe just used to it. But yeah, we will go to the midpoint of the season, which should be Hungary-ish. Belgium. I will simulate up to then just to see if I survive. And if I survive Belgium, I'll take that as a personal win. Okay, let's start another side pod and another chassis if I have slots for it. There we go. Okay. I want to see if the AI can do sub 1 minute at Austria.
Formula One has arrived here in Quebec.
Is there a way to make them better? What do you mean, Jasper?
Let's hope it's not going to be groundhog.
Like, if I go into the editor and manually edit the parts, then yes, I can make them... I can make them even stronger. Like, actually max out 100%. You can even go above it. One of the fun things to all see on the Reddit is always when someone goes ham in the editor and makes parts that aren't possible. Basically parts that go over the cap. And then wonder why their new designs aren't improving the car. But we're basically pretty close to that, I think. The last few percent
Well, the Red Bull driver...
is kind of hard to get. Oh, I see just one Alpine in the bottom here. Ah, tent. Russell with a win. Danny Rick on the podium. Bottas is still doing great in his kick. feel like I might get fined before we get to Austria, honestly. That would not surprise me in the slightest. Powertrain failure, that's to be expected. Next up is Barcelona. I believe they can sack you if they lose fate. But then again, I haven't experimented with it, so I honestly don't know. I think the idea is to that Reta has though with the editor is to change these difficulties so they actually do feel like something harder than hard in game, a little bit extra hard, you know. But as mentioned, balancing is a bit of an issue. So I have high hopes that once the balancing kind of gets sorted out, that the editor is going to be very, very nice to have. A very, very helpful tool, basically, for having fun, making this game a lot more fun. Okay, that looks good. Border view is like a checkpoint. That makes sense. Okay, can we get out of the last places here? To be fair, both Alonso and Verstappen have been dragging this car to places where it shouldn't be. Let's just put it like that. Should do a video winning on every difficulty where you win on easy, medium, and hard difficulty. Could be fun. Would require a lot of work though. More Alpine points. I think you'll get a lot more Alpine points, Floof, honestly.
Max will be very unhappy after that race.
Max will be very unhappy. Did you hear that? Last place. So our fastest laps are about a couple of seconds slower than, well, the top laps here. No points for Alpine though, but a Hamilton win, Tsunoda podium, Van Dorn points. What are actually the standings looking like right now? Not the best. We're down in fourth. About to get overtaken by the sister points. The sister points? The sister team. It's because of your desire for Alpine points, Floof, that is happening, I swear. Now, the one thing you wanted to see, though, was Austria, and if we had sub 1 second, was it? Lap time? We'll see what we can get. Does Tsunoda own the lap record in Spain? We can actually check that. Yeah, he does. 1:12.411. For Canada, that one's also Tsunoda's. For Monaco, it's Sainz. Imola, we have Charles. Piastri. Sainz. Alonso. So you can kind of see where everyone went wrong with that, can't you? Sub 1 minute, yeah, not sub 1 second. That's fair.
Spectacular setting of
Sub 1 second would be newer in space, basically. What do I think of Leclerc versus Hamilton next year? Any prediction on the head-to-head? I think Leclerc's going to come out on top, basically, because Hamilton has not had a good year in Mercedes, I want to say. But then again, the Mercedes has been kind of a piece of crap, so who knows? He's been able to get wins with it, to be fair. But at the same time, I don't know. It feels very up and down with that car. So if it gets used to the Ferrari quick, I can see some fun head-to-heads with him and Leclerc. Who hates Hamilton? I don't hate Hamilton. He's entertaining. He's a good driver. I could piss off the entire F1 world with one sentence right now. You want to hear it, Jasper? Never? Ah, shame. Okay, let's see if we can get that sub 60-second run here. Never, but I can close my ears.
And that's another race done for Fernando Alonso.
That sounds like Alonso got points. I was lied to, he did not get points. Van Dorn got 5th place. Bottas is still in here. Verstappen 19th, Alonso 15th. Still not under 1 minute though. Best was 1:03 seconds. So again, there's some limits to how quick we can go. Just how things are. I'm surprised I'm still in the seat though. Maybe we should go and see what the board has to say. Hello, admin. What was qualifying? Give me a second and I'll see if I can figure that out. I think there's one place you can check that, but I just don't remember. Is it standings? Yeah, it's here. Let's see. Quickest in qualifying. There we go. 2/10 off. 2/10 off the sub 1 minute. So it's possible in qualifying. Could probably pull it off during the race if I took manual control. Let's see. Anyone else getting close? Time 1525 seconds. But yeah. Seems like it is definitely possible. If you make the absolute rocket ship that you can make. Okay, 3 races until I get fired. 3 races until I get fired. 3 races until freedom. They're still just low. Do I need to go into depth somehow? Red Bull would not be this forgiving. Very unrealistic. Realistically, I won't be fired because of money, which is kind of funny that going to death is how you get fired as an F1 team. I thought F1 team loved that. I can't stand a Red Bull either. What?
Welcome and come on in.
To be fair, if I don't get fired over the course of the season, it would be fun to see just how many points I can snatch in a car that is definitely terrible. How on earth am I still not fired? Apparently the board loves me.
I can't imagine.
I'm not being fired, Philip, because I, like Paris, bring in a lot of money. Look at the bank. Wait, I want to see the results before we go further on with the joke. Unfortunately not. Botta's still here. Rick's still here. Alpine nowhere to be seen. Same with Haas. Although they are beating me right now. But basically, I have the Paris buff where financially Red Bull is doing well, so I can't be fined. 35 million in the bank. Double points for last race. That's always a fun one to make things spicy for when you DNF on the last race of the season. Vegas will have a 500 mile per hour race. There are some limits to how far you can develop the car, though. The AI is not going to keep on getting endlessly fast. Yeah, I probably should also make sure that we have parts. Okay, make one of these. One of these. One of these. I haven't even gotten the message that they've lost faith in me yet, so it's kind of wild. Not gonna lie, it's kind of wild that I'm still here. To be fair though, it's not like I'm trying to get fired, it's just that I can't compete. So maybe they do understand that.
Welcome to the...
Please watch the last race. We can watch a little bit of it. Paul Haas. Who's actually winning the championship right now? Leclerc's still in the driver's seat. McLaren has constructors. I must have never fired, I don't know. Kind of feels like that. Okay, mid-season board review. Seasons remaining, -1. Oh, they've lost confidence. I think I just got fired. No, I'm still safe. I believe lost confidence, though, is that you are going to get fired in future. So, yeah, confidence has been lost. I'm still here. I guess they give me one more chance to screw up. I guess we'll treat Belgium as my finale. I don't know who's currently in charge of Red Bull, like pulling the strings, but they have interesting judgment. Okay. Hope you have that backup plan ready. Let's see. We're gonna switch out that gearbox. That's number one. I'll switch out the engines for the race itself since we're doing this one. I'm not gonna focus this one. We're just gonna go quickly through it. I just want to see how quickly we get destroyed.
Welcome to...
We'll take this a little bit seriously, but also in good fun. Don't be mad at me if I get destroyed. I'm supposed to be. Everything is just good. That works though. Okay, how far are we gonna be behind in quality? I see us out in Q1. 3 seconds behind? 2 seconds behind? We'll see. I must be helping the horn dog somehow. Mayhaps. I don't know.
So eyes on dash.
Okay, so we're half a second off Sergeant. I don't know how I feel about that one. P13? I think we're going to stay P13 though.
I cannot push any harder than this.
You have to. You know, also you actually have an extra soft here, so I'm going to give you a fresh one for your final run. I thought that was a red flag for a second. Ghastly picking up damage. You really are a cursed one. But he did beat us, sadly. You want to see something absolutely cursed? Van Dorn. Also begging for his life and family. Yeah, basically. I really need the car. It feels much slower than before. When I edit this, I need to remember to get that and just put it in everywhere. Basically. That would be a good idea. But yeah, we have a stuff of one dawn. There for a second. Okay, so let us go with a as aggressive as we can strategy here. This Belgian, you can do a one-stop here with ease. But we're gonna do this. Because I want to try and fight initially. To the best of our ability. Do I have another soft? I do. Let's see what we can do here. If we can actually make something happen. And I think the answer to that is already very well known. And it starts with an N. Nah. Not at all. See, let's give you a new gearbox. We'll use the last fresh engine that we have. And we'll somehow get a podium. I can feel it. It would be hilarious if I pulled that off, though.
Well then, it's not long until we
I
get
keep on forgetting, I'll be honest.
Get ready. It's the Belgian Grand Prix.
Can I slander for Harry's illegal engine? No, but you can slander the mechanic.
And away we go.
The mechanic that caught him. Are we gonna get a Verstappen? Oh, sorry, not a Verstappen. An Alonso overtake. Damn. Alonso's already up to 17th. Cursor, can we keep this up? Can we actually move forwards?
Red flag. Red flag.
Da 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 red the flag. That didn't take long. Did you lock up from back here or something? Ah, okay, you were innocent of this crime. I see. That makes sense.
And you can just feel the
How many percent for setup is good is 100% necessary. Anything over 85, I'd say, is very much acceptable. 80 is okay. So you don't need a perfect setup. No worry about that. As long as you get most of it correct, you're fine. I'm not going to be lost this race, no. I'm going to win.
Sense of deja vu here as the drivers once again face the countdown.
10 more of those in IDNF2, Jasper.
And it's and away we go.
Jasper wants me to DNF. How dare you? But if I DNF last, I win. Honestly, I need to go and dig through the files to see if it's possible to mod the amount of laps a race has to like 500 or something. And basically have an endurance race. Last car standing wins. Well, my fourth constructors and drivers with Aston Martin. Well done, David. Good job. 500 laps of Vegas, yeah. Call it the 24 hours of pain. What happened now? Hello? Oh, Ocon, of course. It's an Alpine driver.
How the wheel spin?
Come here often? I think there's anything in particular that I can do here other than pray that everyone else DNFs, as Jasper's saying. Bottas has picked up a big damage. Sargent has big damage. But I think we have reached kind of the limits of what we can do. Even the Haas is driving away from us pretty rapidly here. The only way I win this is if we get the luckiest safety car in the history of safety cars. Ever. Like, we are struggling to be a backmarker at this point. Probably not too much longer to lie. I'm basically, I think, on the cusp of getting fired, and if not, I'm gonna resign because we've basically been last for the last few races, to put it like that, and we are not looking like we'll improve.
That's a slow pit stop there.
Well, at least we have our first slow pit stop here in Belgium, where it doesn't really matter. I know that we've had other slows, but not while I've been playing. We're on fresh mediums and we're not really catching Gasly here. Concerned. I could push one of their fuel, could push fuel, yeah, so they retire. But even that is not going to help if I'm not, you know, in a position to take advantage. And I'm definitely not. I'm 17 seconds behind. 15th place. So, yeah, the car has no chance to fight anything here. Even if I micromanage, this needs 10 safety cars. How do I get you to like the game so much that I play it? Just to realize it's boring? Because your drivers think the wall is a race. Who are your drivers? Because some drivers are definitely more prone to crashing than others. I don't remember if I made a video on that for 24, basically avoiding crashes, but I probably should if I haven't. Why not using ERS? Because it's not gonna matter, honestly. It's not gonna matter. We are currently half a minute of points with 10 laps to go. It's, well, 12 laps. It's not gonna... ERS is gonna give us maybe 5 seconds. It's not gonna change anything, unfortunately. We could have DNFs there with Tsunoda, with Bottas, with Sargent. But even that is not really gonna save us here, which is, again, just a little bit unfortunate. But it's a good way to showcase just how slow we are compared to the rest of the grid here, and how quickly...
VSC, that's VSC.
Oh.
Dash positive, dash positive.
I have my new waiting screen. This is an amazing angle for this. Le Pen. There's an Ocon hidden in this picture. Can you find him? I need to just take some pictures here while I can. Like, the funny thing is, this isn't just causing me pain. The game is literally targeting Floof as well to cause him pain, even while I'm doing this. Which is hilarious. I don't want to find the Ocon.
Look at the team there. They all knew what that moment meant.
Oh, we get an extra angle? Damn, TV directing is 10 out of 10 for this one. It's just unlucky, and Floof just has such bad luck when it comes to this game that it's basically legendary at this point. And he's not even the one playing it right now in this save. That's the worst part. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything out of this. We are 25 and 36 seconds of Sargent. I can't laugh at anyone else if you consider those aspects. We are half a minute of Sargent. I don't have permission to laugh at anyone with that. Even though I kind of did break it with the AI. Sorry, not the AI, with the editor. Boosting the AI so much. Hulkenberg is also potentially going to score Haas's first points this season. Ah, sorry, never mind. Magnussen will do it. Magnussen's got this. We did almost catch Sargent and Gasly, but a little bit too much here. And also we might actually run out of fuel, which would be the ultimate funny. We got close though. 2 seconds off 13th.
That's another race done for Fernando Alonso.
And for them, it's peace.
Me and Sargent have something in common. We're both not driving F1. Damn. Me and the Alpine car have something in common. We're both in pain. Damn. Volume 2. Best part is Haas overtook Alpine with that as well. I don't know how I feel about this save anymore, I'll be honest. It's been a weird roller coaster. Please fire me. Just put me out of my misery. Board attend, yes. Yes, attend. Finally. I can't do that. It goes against everything I believe in this game to sabotage a driver like that. Imagine that being forced to do, what's it called? Being forced to do marketing. Honestly, I'm just gonna go to Sandboard, and if we don't get fired there, I'm gonna have to call it. Because as I mentioned, I need to sort some things for tomorrow. And well, I'll have to see. But I'm actually impressed that I haven't been fired yet. It's kind of weird. Maybe I tried too hard in the beginning. We'll see. Wheatley and Vac have been getting new offers. That's fine. I'm not going to be here next season anyways. Challenge point system change every race. This could be fun. Can I edit the saved file and swap older drives for lower rated ones to see if I can compete? I could potentially do something with that with the earliest save I made. Jonathan Wheatley and Oranga. They lost fate, is what it said, Monica. So I would assume that I'm going to get the boot very, very soon. But we'll see once we get to closer to Netherlands here. Isn't pine just bread in French too? But yeah, board confidence, they lost confidence, they're disappointed. I don't know. I have yet to receive my formal warning. Could actually be that the AI also takes into consideration just the difference between the teams, but there we go, no confidence. Do not improve by the end of the season. Finally, I got a warning. Sign Colapinto for 50 million. I'm kind of tempted to just tough it out to see how far I can get with this, because we haven't scored a point since
Hello, and a very
Imola, I think?
as we prepare.
Round 7? So I'm very surprised that they're still okay with the current situation. But they finally sent me their warning, and I get double negatives if we don't perform here at Verstappen's home race. That should be something, yeah. The thing is, signing Colapinto for 50 mil doesn't work like that. I would have to pay at least 70 to Verstappen. We beat Show. How do the board feel about me now? I honestly did not think it would take this long, because from what I've read on Reddit, people seem to have a pretty easy time getting fired. Which probably sounds very rude, but that's the impression that I got. It actually is hard work getting fired, as it turns out. This has reduced our confidence. Okay. Yes, you're still very, very disappointed. What do you mean reduced confidence loss? What do you mean? Yes, Casper, you should get off the sinking boat while you can. To be fair, I also do want to see, by the time we do get fired, just how the other teams look if they're going past that 90% barrier. Just wasted all your money.
Here we go.
I didn't think it would be this hard to get fired from Red Bull. Could be something like that, Galaxy, but that sounds kind of wild. Let's just give you a new energy store. I don't care. This how Paris feels? Why haven't you fired me yet?
The Red Bull driver did what they...
Verstappen got 12th. Okay. But finally, well, we fell down to 5th last time, but as you can see, we're still in 5th. Has scored 12 points. If I'm gonna beat Alpine in a season where they've had a better car than me 20 out of 24 races, that too would kind of be worth it. I am kind of living on the edge here with car parts because I have not been focusing as much and keeping ahead of them, I'll be honest. Okay, I'm a little bit lazy, so that's acceptable. At the end of the season, if you get fired, you lose more rating, but I get fired after a year because I got under the prestige at the end of the year, but not mid-season. Okay. Have they changed it from how it worked previously? I wouldn't think so. But it would be hilarious if they decided that, nah, you're not going to get fired mid-season now. Would kind of be funny to deliberately score 0 points over a season with RB. Just to see if I do not get fired. Yes, less cost cap for me. Let's go. Think they did something? Yeah, it does kind of seem like that. Once I had a glitch, I got fired from Sauber after I won the constructors. That's actually this game kind of in a nutshell sometimes. Even when you win, you lose. That's exactly what's happening now. Even when I lose, I win. Doesn't make sense.
Greetings from Azerbaijan, where we're back in the country's capital.
When I lose, I lose. You had one big win. That's what all the loss builds up to, Floof. One big win. How did Verstappen pick up a 5-place penalty here? What have you done?
And that's a...
Sometimes Hulkenberg almost gets this podium. 2 seconds off. Bottas got a podium though, so yeah, there's some witchcraft happening here. Sauber's about to pass me. So I have to wait 3 years for my next big win. Yes, I guess that is what we just figured out. Alonso lost some performance there. What a shame. If actors have, I still don't get it. Like, I understand that firing is one thing, but that they aren't this lenient, I wouldn't believe. I'm gonna be honest.
Our Formula One season continues here.
Ocon won Hungary in 2021. This year you got Brazil. This race, you guys will get the season in opener in 28, I guess. I'll give you a new ERS. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this hard to get fired. It's funny, in a weird way. There's a way to win a World Constructor Championship with this difficulty. Yes, and that that way is to live through your first season, which I might do without trying to, and then take over a different team, which honestly could be fun because I think every team is going to basically be kind of the same next year, with of course the exception of Red Bull, who's going to be absolutely destroyed. So maybe for next weekend we'll take a look at and kind of test. Maybe I'll share the save file too. Take a look at and test how the second season would look when every team had basically been given a huge power up by the AI, and then turn everything kind of back to basic except for the ultra lightweight. Maybe, I don't know. I'll do some testing during the weekend. I'll figure out what I want to do. I didn't really expect to stream that this long. No, I expected to be fired by at the latest summer break. I didn't realize that Red Bull tolerated this many failures in a row. That doesn't feel like a Red Bull thing. And also with how harsh people have said that the game is in terms of firing, I had no expectations for this. Probably should renew their contract, to be fair, if we are going to do this. Banana Simulator? Can only get fined after the season? Okay, that has to be a change to this year then. Haven't seen that before. Looks like we need to find a new sporting director. Also, let's see. But if I get fined after the season, does that mean I can take over a new team? Because that's kind of busted. That's because we're about to head into... No, it's not. Okay. Can I not offer you a contract? There it is. I'm probably blind. Okay, like so. Yeah, usually running financials into negatives would be one way. But I want to see if mismanagement... I'm actually just going to sim till the end of the season now. Or until I get fired. Whichever happens first, let's be honest. Because now I'm very curious how it actually does work with getting yeeted. Let's see, there is this one and then 5 more, 6 races remaining. Can take over a team, but as a manager... Okay.
Austin, but there are no wild cowboys on the track this weekend, just some serious horsepower. It's sure to be.
Well, haven't you find me yet? Yeah. Make a video where I start with the worst hireable drivers and staff, try to win over BCC and BDC. Best team, but the worst everything. That's very much doable. I'm gonna have to open a window, which is gonna bring in some noise, but at this point, this room is getting very hot. Give me a sec. It helped, Galaxy. Don't worry. It's very nice. I think I did something, yeah.
Well, it's a different format.
Basically, but I started with a pretty bad team there too, I believe. And basically set it up so that the 2026 season with the big regulation change was when Flourish became champion. Ah, fresh air. How lovely. I'll admit, I'm honestly really looking forward to rebalance difficulties on this, because I think it can be very amazing. Like in the editor. We're still loitering in the back there. I can only imagine that it takes some sort of consideration with the car. But it could also be, as Galaxy says, that it's just possible. The only time you can get fire now, unless you really mess up, is at the end of the year. Because that definitely does seem to be the case. I've already received one of your threats, Renato. Just do it. Do it. Do it. The biggest thing is I know about like the managed prestige, but I don't know how to be fast in a manager. Don't worry, once you get you'll get there. Everyone gets there in this game, don't worry about it.
We return once more to the hustle.
We are getting there now, one step at a time. Closer and closer. At least our drivers don't crash, though. That is the funny part. They have yet to DNF. Okay. We do need to buy some new powertrain components, though. Still no more points? Nope. We can actually check where we're at in the standings. I think we've been overtaken. I think we're 6th now. Nope, we're still 5th. Very close to become 7th, though. And yeah, we have scored 10 times as many points as Alpine, but so is almost everyone else. And Alpine is just cursed. Gasly has yet to score a single point this season. Even Show has scored more points than Gasly. Simming, Alfred. Been simming a lot basically since the 4th race to kind of try and get fired, and it's just not working. Wait, how are we doing in parts? Need a chassis. And we need a couple of front wings, and then I'll replace the components for the race itself in Brazil.
Our F1 season brings us.
Can I save before the last race? Just check if I get fired with... Yeah, I'll save before we go to Abu Dhabi. For sure. I am finishing outside the points. I haven't scored a point since Imola. So, yeah. I'm very much beloved here, as it turns out. I received 2 threats of non-confidence. So, maybe they've changed it so that you can't actually get fired in... Let's just buy a new engine till the end here. Okay, I'm clicking a little bit too much right now. I'm be honest and admit that, but please let me go. I need freedom. I need food. So yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It's pretty insane.
We're moving on. There's a terrific atmosphere here.
Getting some rain. 19th place grid penalty. Let's see if the Alpine boats can do something here. Like they did in reality.
And in comes Max Verstappen.
No, they could not. 14th and 15th. Not bad for us. Unfortunately, Floof's dreams cannot come true. I'm sorry to just squash them so quickly, but we are speedrunning the end now, hopefully. Yeah, that should be all of our contracts sorted, so Red Bull is fine going into next year. Just the last 3 races now. Vegas. Let's see. Second to last one call again. Stuck on me. Why am I stuck? Why can't I remember it? I'm not looking at chat. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look at the calendar. Qatar. There we go. I am unsackable, clearly. It definitely feels that way. But I think 90-ish is where the impossible difficulty kind of scales off. We'll take a look before we go into Abu Dhabi. Excuse me if we get that far. Yes, I have a Discord server. There's a link to it in the top of the description, I believe, for the stream itself. Think if Alpine's got max point. This is my 3rd threat, Renato. I do not care. Your words have no power here. Think if Alpine scored max points from here, I'd still beat them. It's theoretically possible for Alpine to outscore me if you get a 1-2 in every race plus a sprint. You know, kind of like people who want Norris to win the championship this year has a theoretical chance of winning. We'll take a look at the standings after 2 more races. So we'll go over everything that's happened so people can get an idea of just how impossible difficulty actually is. You will immediately end the stream after I get fired. No, I'm gonna probably take a look at... Gonna take a quick look, go over kind of what has happened with the AI teams. We'll take a look at the standings. People can kind of get their own fun little anecdotes, see if things went as they expected. I'm not going to immediately shut down stream. I'm going to sit down and probably talk for another 5, 10, 15 minutes afterwards, I would think, until we all get bored. So we are going to take a look at that for sure. But basically, Kick Sauber's points is Bottas. Bottas is the name. Hey, I need to eat, Galaxy. Please, mercy upon my poor wretched soul. Unless you're buying me dinner. Okay, we're getting close to the end now. Just this one and one more remaining. In case they decide to bring out the hammer, I'm gonna have to make a backup save as I need to overwrite something here in the collection. I think it's fitting that we do one of the earlier saves because I don't think we're ever coming back to this one. It was last played in July. I think that one is okay. You're a poor soul? To be fair, you're the poorer soul in this scenario, Floof. The one that the game is punishing for no good reason. Become bankrupt, so my soul to Colapinto? Yeah. Show the driver transfers? Yeah, we can probably do that. If I get the opportunity. Okay. Second to last race of the season. We are nearing the end. I think also it would be funny to just see how the AI researched. Because it is a big regulation change. That too would probably be interesting to take a look at.
We're back.
Okay, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. What have a sign for lawnmower racing? That's amazing. Oh. If I had Photoshop skills, I would make the lawnmower racing logo and slap on the stream. Did I ever had to say about like the future one of the female drivers got into F1? Yes, I've had that happen, but that was when transfers were broken, and you see like 60 rated drivers driving for the team in the second year. Basically, things that you generally would not see happening because it shouldn't happen. But after 1.8, I haven't played a ton, I'll admit, but I haven't seen anything like that in 1.8, I will admit that. So it's a little better, but it definitely also is still based on rating. Okay, let us save. Like so. And also before we go into Qatar, as I said here, we'll take a quick look at how the teams look like now in terms of development. I just want to do that really, really quick. Imagine getting Ed here on 77k for finishing 15th. Yeah. Blue, don't worry. We'll take a quick look at the performance while you're gone. I made it. It's just one race remaining, Lando. I I have yet to be sacked, Ignacio. I've survived the entire year. But I'm probably going to get fired now, I would think. So, let's take a quick look at the autosave here. Performance. And what I am seeing is that there's definitely a ceiling. We'll bring the full picture in, like so. Definitely a ceiling to how much the AI can gain, and they seem to peter out between 92 and 95%. Which is still very good, don't get me wrong. But we can't really compete. With 20 to 25% behind in expertise, it's definitely showing. And I'm very curious how exactly the AI is going to perform in terms of the research. I think they'll start with cars that are very similar to these if they don't just straight up break it. Which honestly would probably be funnier. So we will see. Just showing it, nope, not fired yet. But I think I'm going to get very close now, right now. But it does seem like in this game, they have actually kind of stopped you from getting fired mid-season. I would think. Because I've received 3 threats of firing. They haven't acted up but any. They lost confidence around Silverstone. So I would assume that I should have been fired ages ago. Honestly. Winning championships. But we have some wins with this car. We had some good races with this car, I'm not gonna lie. Some fun ones. Let's see what happens now. Last session.
It's safe to say that the Red Bull driver...
Dead last. Final race of the season. I see Gasly. Still no scoring points, I believe. Danny Rick on the podium. This is actually the funniest ad. Alpine finishing 11th. Wait, how were they actually when I checked out the database? Give me a sec, I'm gonna get that back. It's kind of a running joke here, Ignacio, too, that we have a French versus American mentality. And particularly Alpine ends up suffering because of that. So Alpine was actually 6th, if you take a quick look at this. Alpine was 6th. But with how close the cars are, that shouldn't matter much. So basically, driver skill, I guess. But it's still funny. We're playing out each race instead of simming improve your odds. Not after they hit 90 to... once they get past 15 to 20-ish % expertise ahead of me, it's not going to change much. I tried the Belgian GP. No chance of getting anything done, honestly. Even if I sit down and micromanage, it's not going to change the results. I might be able to snatch like at 1 point here and there. But not enough that it's going to matter, honestly. But yeah, we ended up 11th and 12th this year. 67 points squared. 1 race win. And we ended up 7th in constructors. So we still did decent. We beat Haas, Williams, and Alpine. McLaren are your champions. Ferrari HP, 2nd place. But let's see now if we can actually get ourselves out of here. Question is, do I just straight up get fired, or am I allowed to go somewhere else? Because that would also be kind of funny to check out the driver transfers. I guess I could edit the board, if I remember. Will they love me again? Oh. There's a suspension sim. Do you think this car you can even win a Soapworks race? Maybe. If the competitors were like F4 cars. Can you choose another team? Sauber, Williams, Haas maybe? Honestly, I am tempted to try out the 2nd season. Just turn off the difficulty without the, with the exception of the weight. Just to try that out. As I said, we might do something like that next weekend, depending on when I have time would probably be Sunday again, which would be in a week's time. But I think that could be fun just to test that and see just how close the racing would be when every car is, you know, a rocket ship. So I had 800 rating. I'm down to 500, which means I should still be able to go to a lot of different teams. I can switch team. I can retry the last 5 races, or I can restart the season. Okay. So they definitely changed how being fired works then. Straight up. Which is not a bad way to do it. But I feel like it would be... Like, you should still be able to be fired mid-season, I feel. But give me these options then. Like, fire me in Silverstone if you must. But simulate the rest of the season. Allow me to switch teams and take over another one at the, you know, proper season end. Like it usually does. Retry the last race or restart the season. All of these are great options. So, yeah. Probably should just had the option there to be fired a little bit earlier. Back, what did I miss? The last 2 points that Alpine scored for a total of 11 this year. This mod is really this difficult? Yeah. It's, again, it needs some balancing. I assume it's going to be worked on, so I wouldn't worry about it. Give it a little bit of time, and it's going to be actually amazing. Has the team marketability gone up? Of course, it's because I'm there. But now, we must save the Alpine. Next time. But yeah, 5th car, 4th headquarters, 5th staff, 10th. The worst drivers according to the game. Oh my god. Floof, why? Why is your team so cursed, even in game? What a welcoming gift. Okay, do we want to take some bets at other places? What do we think is going to be at McLaren? The same gang. Unexpected, but okay. Science is going to Mercedes. Bottas and Ocon. Stroll and Tsunoda. Paris and Gasly? Oh no. We kept ours. Has kept theirs. Albon and Show, okay. This feels like a bad idea, but I want to see exactly how the research panned out. I love the reactions here. Did I just see Logan? Logan, hell nah. Nah. What a welcoming gift. At least Alpine have money. Are we sure about that? They have 12 million. Okay, that counts as money. You're right. Let's see what the AI did in terms of research. So, actually not the best. Research boost might need a little bit of work. Yeah, this is less than I would do if I seriously researched. But again, I haven't really had a look at that yet, so this is actually a good chance to do just that. Okay, car analysis. Where are we at? Honestly, there's an easy way to do this. Where's my autosave? Autosave, roll out. We will check the database. Because I thought the research boost would be a little bit more aggressive, but it might be better balanced than the expertise gain boost. Okay, this is actually kind of interesting. So we'll use the zoomed in version so you can see a little bit better. But basically every team has fallen back to kind of the starting that you would see earlier. 62-53. So I don't think we're playing a second season of this because everyone is kind of the same. But I might set up a save where we do 90% for every car or something like that to kind of simulate the second season. I don't know. I'll take some ideas in my Discord and then we'll figure things out. Right here, I'm not really seeing any huge gains in terms of research, which is kind of surprising. I guess the regulation change maybe was too much. 18% might seem like a lot, but in big regulation change years, it's not really. Pretty sure I could have out-researched that if I tried with Red Bull, but we didn't do anything, so that makes sense. But yeah, they gave him a 2-year contract. No cost to terminate. They did the same to... Okay, at least you can fire them for free, I guess. Staff is basically the same. Yeah, I don't know, lads. I don't know. There were some questions. Anything we need to check? I watched the entire stream in this my reward. I'm sorry, Floof. I believe there were some questions earlier, something we want to take a look at. So if we want, we can do that now. Jump a little bit between the saves. But yeah, definitely the research is a little bit less underwhelming than what I expected. It's actually... I don't know. Did the research buff not apply correctly, perhaps? No, I don't think that is it. Research buff is definitely not as strong as the other one, but I need to probably test a little bit more. If it gives you 18% across the board in a regular season when you get -10, -20%, then it's not enough. But if it scales, then the massive research buff could actually be pretty good. So requires some testing. But you lose 55 to 70% on 90% expertise. Yeah, that's the thing though. It puts you back down to 45, and research. When you do research, it acts from where you're at, so you should still be able to get it back pretty quick. Which is weird. I did not do any research on Red Bull because I tried to just speed through it. Yeah, the amount lost is going to be higher, but also because you are lower and the AI has a research boost, I would expect them to regain a little bit more, at least up to 70, maybe even 80%. So it's kind of weird. I gotta make a video for Colapinto to championship, to world champion, to milk the Argentinian views. Can we check Red Bull? What exactly do you want to check on the Red Bull side? Let's see here, the Red Bull save. How much pain they gained? Well, Red Bull didn't really get anything because we didn't do any research as mentioned. So Red Bull is this line down here. Down here. 42%. They're 18% at the start of the season, which sounds really bad. But isn't super bad. It's terrible, but it could be better. But yeah, in terms of the development over the course of the full year, every team kind of did pretty amazing. Like they stopped at 92 to 95%, which is kind of what you'd expect. Let's see, tire preservation. No team hit 100%, has had 80. Cooling, every team is above 92. Same for dirty air. DRS was a little bit lacking. But yeah, they definitely boost things pretty quickly. And again, the acceleration is something we don't need to care about because it's mainly the engine. There is definitely some fun things to kind of look at here. Let's see. I am looking at the standings. So this is the start here. We did fairly okay. We scored actually last points in Miami, not Imola, as you can see. And even then, they were very, very happy with us for quite a while. We only did have that initial win, which kind of makes sense. The Ferraris were just in a league of their own. But interestingly enough, Norris ended up as the big winner. McLaren took everything home in the end after putting together what basically needed to do in reality. 4 wins in a row, another win here, and a sprint win. Win and a sprint win. We'll have to see if he pulls that out of the hat. The bottom row? The Gasly row? Yeah, Gasly had a very, very bad season. He got outscored by Show. 2 DNFs. He got outscored by Sargent. But yeah, I think I've never seen... Well, I have seen worse from Alpine, but I didn't expect the Alpine to do like this. It's kind of a surprise, really. Let's see. Ah, never mind. That's something completely different. Forecast. Because this thing actually predicts where you're supposed to finish. So, prediction... It did not have good predictions for the Alpine boys, let's be honest. In the editor, you can edit stats too. Yes, you can. You can go into attributes. You can find drivers. You can, for example, pick Leclerc. And you can change things around here as you see fit. You can change their enthusiasm, how they feel about everything. And you can do that for basically everyone. You can also change how quickly they grow, their aggression levels, numbers. Basically have a lot of freedom. And if you really want to, for instance, you can take Antonelli, who doesn't have a super license, and just toggle that on. Boom, now you can race for your team. So you can do a lot of fun stuff here to make your games a lot more fun, which is great. For race in Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Alpine might win this year. This is for real impossible. It's supposed to be impossible, but it's a little bit too impossible right now, will I believe that is what the creator himself has said. So we're probably going to get some balancing in the future. Just don't hound him. Give him time. The editor is amazing. Alpine might need a recovery gift. Yeah. Yes, the editor here is the best addition to the game every year. You're not wrong. What is the best level to make it a bit harder, but not this hard? Well, the best way to make it a bit harder is to just slide over to Impossible here. Let me go to the more zoomed in view, so you can see a little bit better. But basically, once you're in here, you can just click on things so you do not want to affect your game. So basically, you can make it so that everyone has factory level 5. You just click that on. You can make it, you can reduce their design times. You can give them the stat boost, which I really would not recommend because they'll be running away after the 5th race of the season. This is the main reason why they're so fast. So you can toggle that off. You can give them a factory level 5. You can to pass when designs are completed to make them more competitive. But the big thing that is going to make them a lot more competitive just from the get-go is the ultra lightweight parts, because this means that every time they make a part, they will slide that durability slider all the way to the left, being very similar to how the player plays. They'll still use balanced sliders, but since weight is just such a huge part of actual performance in the game, they will be more of a challenge for you. And this is probably the easiest way to do so. There is also lower difficulties where you can have just lightweight parts at not as much. I believe the yellow one here is just 8 kilograms. So the car will have 8 kilograms extra weight instead of 0. So there are things you can do here, but just don't do that. Whatever you do not do even just a 0.5 stat boost. I tried that for a season. The AI still ran away. It just took a little bit longer. I haven't tested the research boosts in depth yet, so I can't really recommend you use them yet. But you can test them out, try them out, and again, you save, click save down here once you figure out what you want to use. Let's say I just want those lightweight parts, want to try moderate research boost. Save, saves to your save, put it back in your save folder, load it up, and it will have it in there. So there is a lot of fun things you can do here. You also have the mentality unfrozen. Basically, if I do this, it removes the mentality system from the game. It's generally just something the player is going to take advantage of. It's a really, really big boost for the player because the AI doesn't micromanage mentality in the same way a player can. So if you want to make your game a little bit harder in terms of you don't want your drivers to get a boost from mentality, just toggle this on. The AI is also really bad at refurbishing buildings. So if you toggle that on, the AI will forcefully refurbish. So there's a lot of nice stuff here to just make your game a little bit harder by giving the AI some of the tools the player has, which is pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Floof. I'd say the reduced weight can definitely do the trick. Like, you can play and have some fun with just ultra lightweight parts. But here's the thing, the nice thing with this editor is that you can play a season with ultra lightweight parts, and then you can change it for the next one. You can also change it mid-season if you want to. The only thing is, of course, keep backups to be on the safe side. But there's nothing that stops you from changing these settings if you feel like this was too much. This is too little. You can mess around with this as you see fit. So you can edit, for example, the staff and stats all the way down to 1. Yes. I have in fact been fired, Nick. But I've gone to a new team. A new up-and-comer. Alpine. Turns out you can't really get fired mid-season, so that's that. You can play the season and try again. New season, last 5 races, or go to a new team. Yeah. Yeah, the editor is not available for console because you are basically editing your save file. So it's for PC only, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, there is some interesting things you can do here. Did we have any more questions about the shenanigans that unfolded today? Or may I go and eat? The last chance to let your queries be known. Honestly, also, Oli, once the difficulty basically settings get a little bit more balanced out, I think it's going to be an amazing tool, honestly. It's going to make the game a lot more fun. I'm looking forward to it. You can, in fact, get fired from your own team. Put Colapinto and Alpine with 100 development. Think you can only be fired if you have a lot of depths mid-season. Well, basically, we ended up last for, what was it, 19 races in a row-ish? And I didn't get fired. So that definitely is the bigger negative there, for sure. But yeah, I'll probably discuss a little bit in my Discord. You can find it in the description. And I'll think a little bit about what we do next weekend. If we try something similar to this, maybe I use the editor to create some interesting scenario of some sort. I don't know. But we'll deal with that next weekend, I guess. You should make it my team career when you make your drivers rated 1 and try to survive with them. What I think we might do, in terms of the rating 1, one suggestion was to take every other driver, basically from Miami onwards, and set their ratings to 1 across the board. And I think that could be fun. I did make a save at Miami, so we could take that save file. I could make every driver 1 overall, and then we'll see if the driver stats make up for the boost in car ability, if you will. Need to do something with Alpine to help Floof. If I do this, I'll put an 80 rated Colapinto and Alpine or something like that. Maybe 80 is too much. Maybe we'll see. Maybe 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. something to give Alpine a bit of a advantage, because Alpine was really did not have a good day today. So yeah, we'll do something to help the Floof out. Maybe max their car up more than the others. Something like that. But yeah, I'll think about it. As I said, probably going to stream something next weekend. Also, for those of you who might not be as interested, Farming Sim is coming out this week, so I'll be messing around with that. So maybe we'll see a stream, probably over on Twitch, instead of here. I don't think a lot of people on my channel would be interested in watching me play Farming Sim, but it is one of those calm games that I do enjoy, which sounds really boring, but I enjoy it, so I might stream some of that this week. We'll see. I'm at least going to be playing a little bit. You might see a video on the channel. So, yeah. Might be doing something on that. It comes out on Tuesday, I believe. So, keep your eyes out. Might sit down and do some farming in the evening. But yeah, I think that is where we'll end it today. Definitely took a lot more out of me than I expected. Sorry, give me a second to light. The green stats here. Give me a second to get it. So the green stats in the editor is enthusiasm, I'm pretty sure. I would assume it is this tooth. I'm actually not completely sure. I would assume it's a boost of some sort. But this is +4. Don't actually know. I'm pretty sure though it is probably tied to their enthusiasm. Let's see, let's take Science, who's demoralized. Pretty sure if I do this and save the game, he's gonna get mentality boosts. So I'm pretty sure it is tied to mentality. I'm gonna try. Let's see if we do this. It didn't fix it, but basically I'm pretty sure this is just a mentality situation currently. Yeah. Morale, mentality boost, basically, yeah. I played Farming Sim with Red Bull. Save the driver in the right corner. Over here. Yeah, so let's see. If we do Leclerc, we'll give him a little bit of a boost. Yeah, mentality. So we can do a lot of fun stuff with the editor if we really want. But yeah, I think that was the last question of the evening. Anything else before I go? Last chance. What will I eat? Whatever's in my fridge that grabs my fancy. Probably... I do have some moose steak, so I'm probably gonna cook that. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be amazing. And probably maybe not getting a video today because it's pretty late. So that'll be it. How can I get my enthusiasm back? I don't know if I can help you with that one, Floof. I can promise you some buffs to Alpine next time we stream. F1 Manager, probably next weekend. But apart from that, I have no real promises. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Have a good evening.